All right. Hello and welcome everyone. We should be live now. Hopefully, it's not showing that we're live.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bit of a delay.
All right, now yeah, it's showing that we're live now. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I used to be on social media as Paleopolitics. I have now rebranded as the White Lion Movement. Simply because I think it would be good to have something more lively in terms of this third position direction. As in, I just thought paleopolitics kind of just was a dead end on that terms. So I decided to rebrand and focus more on third position politics and commentary rather than just having an open dialogue from um, paleo style politics. So today I have with me Ronny Cameron, and we are going to discuss various topics, mostly anthropology. We're going to deal a little bit with queer issues and how it relates to the pro-white movement. Would you like to introduce yourself, Ronnie?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate having the chance to finally talk to you. I know we've shoot some messages back and forth on Telegram and Twitter, but it's always nice to actually hear the voice. And I think you've made the right decision in rebranding. I think the paleopolitics thing was good for a certain time, but yeah, it is kind of like a dead end, and people associate that with uh, a certain brand of conservatism or right wing politics that isn't really going anywhere. So yeah, good on you for doing that. And yeah, if people are interested in following me, if people are interested in seeing my content or whatever, you can follow me on uh, Telegram and Odyssey. Mostly Twitter is great, BitChute is great, but Telegram and Odyssey I think are the platforms of choice these days for dissident folk. I'm mostly into what I consider to be the pillars of pro-white ideology or pro-white politics. That is population replacement, race realism, and the JQ. So yeah, I guess we can get into things.
All right, great. Thank you. So first off, let's get into some anthropology. For those who don't know, I am currently in university and I'm studying anthropology as a minor study. So it is something that I am like right now. I'm not a expert on it, but I am educated on this subject. So I do know fairly a bit what I'm talking about, and I'm always open to learning more on the subject. And I am open to creating a dialogue with people that want to understand the subject more or are curious on certain aspects of the topic that are not being explored, and everything to put some perspective for people who don't understand how the university's situation is, because there is a lot of um, far left influence in universities, and it's very hard to kind of filter that noise. But it is there. Not everybody is left wing at the university level, and there are people that just kind of have to uh, like um, grit their teeth and just get through university and look through other avenues of education while they're putting themselves through school. So anyway, do you have any questions for me, Ronnie, in terms of anthropology? I saw that you did a live stream with a couple other gentlemen the other day on that, and if you wanted me to kind of um, provide some feedback or any kind of stuff to clear up some stuff that they might have said that was kind of hard to either understand for the masses or wasn't very articulated very well.
Yeah, sure. What we were trying to do is essentially hammer down who we are as a people scientifically. We use a lot of common terms like white, European, But this doesn't necessarily describe exactly who we are. What is white skin, right? We aren't exactly pitch white, at least most of us. So that is just, a common term that we apply. In terms of being European, well, there are non-Europeans who would be considered white. We could look at, certain, I guess, Western regions of Asia, and these people do seem to be white, right, of Aryan stock. So there's a bit of a problem in terms of hammering down a proper definition or a proper term to describe who we are. Obviously, we are a people. We share very distinct characteristics between us, culturally, spiritually, phenotypically, etc. Right? So white is definitely a thing, but in terms of debating, in terms of articulating this to the masses, I'd like something a little bit more concrete, something a little bit more nuts and bolts. So we were talking about the evolution, the history of humans, Europeans, etc. And what they were really fixated on or really concerned about is the Neanderthal admixture, which is present in essentially non-sub-Saharan Africans. And so they think this is a defining feature. The gentleman I was speaking to, they think this is the defining feature of what it is to be white. However, there's a problem with that because there are a lot of non-whites who have the Neanderthal admixture. So to just define who we are as Homo sapien Neanderthalis, that if we do that, then we would be classifying essentially a lot of non-whites into the fold. So even that doesn't really properly articulate who we are. So maybe the Neanderthal admixture and the various Homo sapien subspecies or different species altogether would be a good place for us to start the conversation.
All right, yeah, that sounds good. I did listen to that in the live stream that you did, and I get exactly what you're saying. And I do agree that it is very kind of confusing to say that, oh, what makes us unique as a race stems from Neanderthals. I get what they were saying, but I don't necessarily agree with that. There is definitely stuff that we inherited phenotypically from Neanderthals, but it's not unique to white Europeans. It's pretty much is broadly applied to basically anybody that's not sub-Saharan African, because Neanderthals was a very successful, very widespread species of humans. So to say that they only affected the white race is disingenuous at best. So I would say more along the lines of that. What makes us unique as a race is that we have that Neanderthal admixture without having the Denisovan admixture, because the East Asian and Native American stocks have the Denisovan admixtures, while Europeans do not. So there's going to be more more genotypes and phenotypes from Neanderthals for white Europeans than for East Asians, but that phenotype will find its way in East Asians and Native Americans, because we do have that shared heritage with Neanderthals, and that just that comes from mainly because there's so many humans on the planet, so a lot of these genetics that could influence either through mutation or through many different genes over time, because sometimes genes will um, either be inactive or active, and it takes a mutation to either turn these genes on or off. So sometimes a population will reflect these genes in the phenotype, and sometimes they will, depending on if it's this mutation finds it advantageous or through population wise. And that's why you start to see more people start to have more common common traits, because there are so many people on this earth. You're going to see a lot more similarities than differences. But at the same time, because there are all these people on the planet, you are starting to see more and more um, genetic drift that's causing certain populations to be more to start to evolve, start to they're starting to see some speciation within some of these groups, and that's just because of stuff over time. It's not just that we have these heritage from other hominids, but the fact that and we are animals, and we do continue to evolve regardless of um, how much we've used technology to improve our lives. We still are evolving, we still are changing, we still are mutating. So I know one of the things that gentleman said was about blue eyes, but blue eyes are not necessarily unique to white Europeans. There's actually uh, population of Africans that also have blue eyes, and they're not even related to us at all. They just had a mutation where that branch of blue eyed is a different mutation from ours. So they evolved to have blue eyes, but it's not the same kind of blue eyes that we have.
So
And
those
there's
blue
some
eyes would
debate.
have distinct genetic features that are distinguishable from Europeans.
Exactly. So just because there's similar phenotypes doesn't necessarily mean that it's linked through heritage. It's the same reason why there's convergent evolution, like why there were pterosaurs, which pterosaurs were very closely related to dinosaurs and they could fly, but then you have birds which are dinosaurs and they could fly, but they fly for very different reasons.
Right,
So
right.
yeah, so it's through, and convergent evolution can happen within a species closely related, or it can happen within species that are have millions of years of separation between their last common ancestor.
Interesting. Yeah, I think in terms of areas that I agree with them on, because I like what you're saying in terms of bringing some clarity to the conversation. I totally agree with you. There, from my research prior to having the conversations with them, Neanderthal admixture is present in a lot of populations, not just Europeans. So it doesn't really make sense to define us in that way. So yeah, definitely agree with you there. But in terms of, again, areas that I agree with them or where I think they're right on is the type of, let's say, prehistoric hominin that bred with Neanderthals that populated Europe, etc., were not the same as in sub-Sahara. The break off happened long before we became like kind of like modern humans or even anywhere near close. So if I'm wrong on any of this, absolutely clear it up at the end, but I'm just kind of going to give you what I think is the truth and where these gentlemen agreed on. And then I'd love to hear what you have to say. So the common out of Africa theory is that humans evolved in Africa basically as we are today, and then we migrated throughout the world. But what we're seeing now, evidence that, okay, maybe this ancient Australopithecus evolved in Africa, but the Homo erectus and Homo habilis that evolved from that, they started spreading out to the rest of the world. Or maybe there was other types of Homo erectus and Homo habilis that started spreading throughout the world, and then they evolved isolated into what we see today as like kind of like modern humans. So the divide between sub-Saharans and I guess the rest of the humans is quite significant. It's we do come from, or the split happens long before in the genetic lineage. So we are essentially different subspecies. There would be a much closer link between, say, Asians and whites than there would be, or Indians and whites than there would be between whites and sub-Saharans. So yeah, is what I'm saying correct generally, or am I way off on this?
I get what you're saying, and I definitely agree for the most part that you can probably separate the racial groups into it was known as subspecies. Basically, the term race is just an archaic word for subspecies, and subspecies meaning that is the species. They're a subgroup within the species. It's not that they're like a substandard in terms of a lay term. No, it just means like just like as there's a subfamily, subtribe, there's subspecies, and this is all within like a more complex version of taxonomy. So it's just a hierarchy of how these are grouped, not necessarily what's more intelligent, what's more powerful. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about just grouping more more closely related groups together. So the racial groups would be akin to like the different subspecies of what we separate with other animals, like all the different subspecies of tigers and lions and so on and so forth. And it's just this modernity that's trying to say that humans are more, they try to conflate humans as more of a divine existence rather than a um, biological existence, and try to say that we're not animals, we're not like that, we're not bound to the rules of evolution, but in fact we are. And to say that all through the how many humans that there are and how long we've existed as a species and how many other hominids have existed in the past, and we actually have evidence that shows that we had um, hybridized with those hominids, and then to say that all of a sudden that just happened and didn't have enough uh, influence on our genotypes and phenotypes to make a significant difference, as it's really just a bunch of BS in my opinion, because there's the whole concept of the out of Africa theory is to try to say, oh, we're just all from Africa, so nothing really matters. We're all African deep inside, and that's incredibly disingenuous at the best that I can put it as, because that's not how it is at all. You can make an argument that possibly our earliest great ape ancestor came out of Africa, but even that is debated. Actually, there's some anthropologists that would suggest that the common ancestor that we share with gorillas at the earliest, and I'm talking because we're really closely related to chimpanzees. So if you push it all the way back to the common ancestor that our three species share with gorillas, all the way back about 7 to 8 million years ago, possibly could have originated in Southern Europe. But that's really debated right now at the moment by anthropologists and primatologists. But the humans, like the genus Homo, possibly could have originated in Africa, but the human species is now is the common consensus among most anthropologists is the out of Africa theory. But the more and more that we discover, the more and more that starts to fall apart.
Right, and when you say, sorry to just jump in, but you said there is very, very important, and I want to just kind of like simplify it a little bit. You're saying that the human genome may have originated in Africa, and I actually agree with that. I think the original Australopithecus, or the original primate that we all stem from, most likely came from Africa, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But the out of Africa theory suggests that it went from Australopithecus to Homo habilis to Homo erectus to Homo sapien, and then we started migrating. But what we're suggesting is that it went from Australopithecus to Homo erectus. That Homo erectus started migrating, and now we have a Homo erectus in sub-Saharan Africa that evolves independently, isolated from the other Homo erecti that populate the rest of the planet. And these other Homo erecti, or Homo erectuses, went on to breed with Denisovans or evolve into Denisovans and evolve into Neanderthals. There was a whole bunch of mixing, a whole bunch of various admixtures going on. But the group that remained in sub-Saharan Africa is quite ancient, and I would say more of like a primitive original human stock compared to the rest. And I don't even want to say human, but like human genome, that original core DNA, which I guess, seeded the rest of it. So does that, do you agree with that? That it went, Australopithecus probably started in Africa, but the Homo erectus started migrating to other places in the world? Or do you think there was other types of Australopithecus that just naturally propped up in Europe and Asia? Because I just find it very coincidental that you would have this identical type of very smart primate species just popping up all over the world at the same time. It makes sense that you would have the original kind of through crazy genetic mutations evolving in one place, and then you have the branch off. So the key part of the debate is, when did that branch off occur? Did it occur after we became like we are today, or did it come before?
So the branch off, if we're going to talk about the earliest branch off, which would be the Australopithecus. So Australopithecines would have been probably our earliest split, like proto split between humans and chimpanzees. And then if you want me to go a little bit into that, my theory onto like why chimpanzees exist
No, no,
is
no. I kind of
no,
want
no,
to.
no. I know this is just to go over so you can kind of separate the different splits, because there are many different splits within hominids. So
For sure.
we're going to have the I'm going to start off with the split between us and chimpanzees, and then this split between us and the other hominids, and then get into how like this influenced the different racial groups.
Okay,
So
so with chimpanzees, do they originated in Africa?
they did. They most likely did. So what would happen is that most likely the earliest of our deepest lineage as a great ape species would have probably been either in northern Africa or southern Europe, and that would have been our split between us and gorillas. And I believe once we evolved into the Australopithecine species, then you probably had some admixture with proto-gorillas, and that probably caused us to split from chimpanzees and Homo habilis. So then the ones that had more gorilla admixture became chimpanzees, and the one that had less gorilla admixture became a Homo habilis. And then the Homo habilis was in Africa and started in Africa. Once he evolved into Homo erectus, then it started to spread out of Europe. Then once it spread out of Europe, it started to. It was a very successful hominid. It spanned all across the old world, and there's some that suggest that they might have even made able to make it into the new world. So to say that they all of a sudden just got extinct, like right now, the argument is that Homo erectus was just so lazy that it just died off, and that doesn't even make any sense. That really doesn't make any sense. How can a species that was so successful that broke out of Africa and existed for nearly a million years and then just go extinct like that? That doesn't make any sense. And all of a sudden, like this species Homo sapiens just comes out of nowhere, out of Africa, about 300,000 years ago, and then just dominates the planet. And then we don't even take into account all the different phenotypes between the racial groups.
Well, I
So
think. Sorry, no, continue.
so basically, what I believe, and this is another, this is actually a theory that's older than the out of Africa theory. So this was a theory that was. Sorry, my cat is jumping around. There's a theory that's actually older than the out of Africa theory, and I can't remember what it's called, but basically it suggested that it's like the same uh end so different groups, same end goal kind of mentality, which is that's kind of a fallacy in a way, because that's not exactly how evolution works. But basically, we all kind of became like the human species separately. So Homo erectus evolved similar traits as we became more intelligent as a species, and we started intermixing as we crossed paths, which is it's not entirely incorrect, but that's a very very simplified on how to put that, and I think that's a little bit more closer to the truth than the out of Africa theory.
Well, yes, yes. The out of Africa theory is a very broad kind of term. I think what what we're trying to do is arm normies with the ability to kind of um, uh, counter argue um, what the mainstream is telling us. So if we say, okay, the out of Africa theory is bunk, and then a normie presents it with information that the human genome does in fact come from Africa, and we don't deny that, it can be confusing for the normie. So I don't even like the term out of Africa being against it or being for it, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. What matters is there is a breakoff point between these ancient subspecies of humans or whatever. We have an isolated Homo erectus in Africa. We have other Homo erectuses branching off into Europe, into Asia, and then they evolve separately. So the idea that all humans evolved in Africa and then spread out of Africa, that's what we're denying. So we really have to clear up to normies. We don't even care to deny whether or not the original primitive Australopithecus evolved in Africa. It doesn't really matter. The main point is, was there a breakoff point earlier in the evolution timeline, which would more significantly put an explanation point on how different we are as subspecies. If we all originated in Africa and then we just basically changed phenotypically to adapt to the various environments in the planet, well, that does kind of make us much more or less the same. But again, if there's this breakoff point earlier on, well, it does seem like there's much more concrete argumentation for the fact that we are a different subspecies.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. It really doesn't make any sense to say that Homo erectus just evolved and then diversified out throughout the old world and then just be replaced by Cro-Magnon or Homo sapiens, whatever term you want to use, because that doesn't even make any sense. Another thing too is the phenotypes. There is a significant amount of genetics that does exist within Europeans for Neanderthal genetics and phenotypical traits. Like the whole thing that the term that people will use, and when I say people, I don't mean just lay people, but also academics that will say, "Oh, anatomically modern humans," but humans are very different in terms of their physicality. Not is There's not just one size fits all in terms of anatomy. You can't just point to one skeleton and say, "Oh, yeah, this is the anatomy of a modern human." When we do have shorter, stockier humans, we do have humans that do have the type of skull that you would find more association with a Neanderthal than what you would with a quote unquote Cro-Magnon. So to say that, even to say like autonom anatomy, like atomic, and now I cannot speak right now, but yeah, anatomically modern humans. That term is a fallacy as well, because that's not really pinpointing everybody. Yes, you can say that humans have enough admixture from a certain species where the vast majority will reflect a certain skeletal system, but not everybody. There's still enough admixture from these other hominids where these other skeletal differences will appear on occasion. So there will be some people that would have a more of a cranial system that's closer to a Cro-Magnon or to a Homo longi than they would to Cro-Magnon. So it's very disingenuous to say that, oh, this is how humans look in terms of their skeletal system, especially when forensics can separate racial differences through the skeletal system.
Yeah, I mean, if we were tigers, the left would be saying there's no difference between a Bengal tiger and a Siberian tiger, and we shouldn't classify these two things as different because everything's arbitrary. if with the right environmental conditions, a Bengal tiger can be bigger than a Siberian tiger. With the right environmental conditions, blah 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 blah. But they deny the fact that on average, in large numbers, these two tigers are very distinctly different, and we ought to classify them as two different subspecies so that we have a better understanding of it. With race realism, with the application of words like subspecies, there's utility, right? Even with various like canine species, if you have a better understanding of the type of diet or the type of behavioral um, uh, attitudes or whatever of the dog, you're better equipped to take care of it. So with various human subspecies, if you have, say, an Asian population, which in my opinion is far more geared towards, I guess, less creative types of technological advancements, they tend to not be as inventive as say, for instance, as whites, but they do a really good job of kind of mastering what whites have done. Sorry to go off on this tangent, but if we look at, like, say, for instance, the automobile or the microchip, etc., they didn't invent any of these things, but they've done a really good job of kind of taking the imagination of the white man and using their raw intellect to kind of advance upon it. So I do feel that whites are more catered towards a creative, free-thinking environment, where Asians are catered towards more of a disciplined, straight focused, just utilize your raw computing power. But that type of environment isn't very good for whites. We tend to feel stagnated. We feel suffocated in that type of environment, right? So I do think the behavioral differences are key, and having an understanding of how these different subspecies act gives us a better ability as, like, a human species to, like, utilize the various skills that we have, right? And that's a very controversial outlook, right? Like, it suggests that, like, if we were to become a global type of people, and obviously the right despises that, but as we move forward into the future, if we ever were to kind of be placed in, say, some sort of, like, intergalactic community, we have a Black population that is extremely athletic, which is extremely physically capable. It's good for us to be honest with that, utilize that, and they would represent a big portion of that sector. And with Asians, as I mentioned before, whites, various abilities and stuff. So a lot of people kind of deny this and would rather think that we're just all the same, but really there are differences. And even if we were to look at things from, like, a global community, we're better off utilizing these differences than trying to pretend that we're all the same and fit squares into triangles and whatnot.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and it's this whole entire concept of that evolution is true and correct for all species of humans. When I say his humans, then it's purely economic factors. That whole running gag that you'll find in memes where it's just like, oh yeah, it's just purely economic factors as to why we're different, which actually makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
No, it's not.
Because
And you can look at, sorry, I have to jump in because I'm so glad you said this. I've neglected to mention this in debates. If we look at, say, Asians in America, they have fantastic economic conditions in comparison to Blacks. Yet they do not do well in sports. They're not represented in major sports on a college level, really anywhere compared to Blacks. So what's the economic environmental reasoning for why Asians do poorly and why Blacks do so well despite having such shitty economic conditions? Like, what's the left's explanation for that?
yeah, exactly, and it's the same thing too when they say that all white people have like access to wealth and resources when Africa is uh, one of the largest continents with abundance of resources. It all depends on like how you are able to utilize those resources. And if you're just not capable of using those resources to a certain degree, you're just not going to be able to function in a certain way. And that's not to say that people are inferior or superior because of how they utilize resources. Is they're different.
Mhm.
But like if you go in and you try to give them a bunch of aid and never actually teach them how to utilize the resources properly in the way that they can comprehend it, then you're just basically you're creating like a nanny um, continent. So all these people are like like they're dependent on us instead of actually being independent and living however they choose to live or want to live culturally.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I assume that the majority of your followers are race realists. They're completely red pilled on the fact that there are differences between the human subspecies, and we should categorize them as different races, etc. But what I like to talk about is I guess like the more like interesting aspects of race and how we can kind of move forward with the knowledge that we have, right? Like if say the average pro-white dissident right feels that blacks do have a lower IQ on average and are more athletic on average, what should we do with this as a global community, right? Do we utilize this, or do we basically say, well, they're inferior, so just don't care about them, right? And I disagree with that. Like I think you always allow for exceptions for the intelligent blacks that are out there. It's great for them to have an opportunity to be able to excel in the world. So I don't want to deny opportunity for the deviations to the norm or for the exceptions to the rule. But if we know that a significant portion of the population is not going to have a high enough IQ to be able to properly insert themselves into the workforce, into the global economy, they're just going to get essentially left behind. It's just they're going to be a tax on the rest of the world, whether it's Africa as a nation as a whole or the individual blacks living in Western nations. So this question of what to do with low IQ individuals, that's kind of already at the forefront of political discourse in terms of automation, right? There's a lot of mainstream people that are now, accepting, and even, Jordan Peterson, who's essentially a centrist, would say this: we have a huge problem moving into the future. But what gets ignored is, well, there's going to be certain racial groups that are more largely affected by this. Asians won't be largely affected by this, but say sub-Saharan Africans or descendants of will be. Just a final little point on this. It's really interesting. Like China has horrible human right conditions. It's not necessarily the greatest place to live. The government doesn't really care about you. Yet these individuals have high IQs despite being malnourished at different points, despite having all these hardships. Chinese people have higher IQs than us. So the idea that it's just environmental conditions and having this lovey-dovey and government and community is what raises IQ. No, it's genetics. The reason why Asians have high IQs compared to sub-Saharan Africans is largely due to genetics, not because of the environment.
I also think people kind of like under undervalue what environment can have on a population too, because the vast majority of people living in Africa are not living in first or even second world conditions. They're living like practically how people would have lived uh, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years ago. They barely have any technology. If they do, they're provided by technology by other governmental forces that are, you know, giving them aid and resources to help educate and uplift them in the to use their words. But they're still living in the same environment. And and keep in mind, this is the same environment that favored gorillas and chimpanzees, and they have not been able to reach the same intellectual and physical capabilities that we have. They're incredibly strong, and if you would throw them in like a sporting type of situation, they would definitely take us out. So to think that the environment would not have a factor in it too is really disingenuous,
Oh
because
yeah.
the environment, like when you're living in that area, is inherent for like the earliest hominids. So this is like the environment that all of our ancestors would have been living. And if you don't escape that environment, you're essentially keeping yourself stagnated in that spot. So you're not going to be able to advance any further than what they can. I think they've been able to advance fairly well for what they've been able to accomplish, as since they do have a similar cranial capacity to us than compared to gorillas or chimpanzees.
Oh yeah, to suggest that the difference between Europeans and Africans is equatable to the difference between humans as a whole and chimps is obviously unfair, disingenuous, and laughable. But there's um, there's this escalation in terms of well, obviously evolution, cranial capacity, and intelligence. And when you have a standard deviation, that can be the difference between inventing the wheel and not inventing the wheel. That could be the difference between being able to create fire and being dependent on capturing fire that's made from lightning or natural forest fires, whatever. And that's basically how I explain the differences or why you see technological advancements outside of Africa and why you don't inside within Africa. That the various admixtures, the various environmental conditions that non-sub-Saharans had to face was enough to create that standard deviation that we refer to now, maybe two full standard deviation points. Regardless, it's enough to make a huge difference, right? Like we raised a chimp's level of IQ basically to that of a grade 4. I think they got a chimp up to being essentially like a grade 4 valedictorian, which is very impressive. But the difference between a grade 4 and even a grade 7 is fairly significant. We're talking about the difference between writing like full essays or beginning to write full essays in just your basic sentences, and then if we were to compare like a grade 4 to a high school or student or a university student, astronomical differences. So even though like an 8-year-old and a 20-year-old, like we're still all humans and we can talk and we can hold things similarly, we can walk on 2 feet, we're basically the same. Well, the differences between IQ points and intelligence, that's huge on a massive level. So yeah, I just think it's a problem that nobody really has a solution for, and the left is going to continue to pull levers and switch gears to try to get blacks into positions of power or positions of wealth, etc., because they want to equalize everything, and that's just going to be continually taxing on us. But then on the other hand, if we don't do anything, they're just going to suffer and essentially die out. And so you're left with kind of like this black and white scenario of do you take the Darwinian course and just allow Africa or allow blacks globally to just be left behind, or do you try to do certain things to prop them up? Obviously, I think we have our we've drawn the sand and the line, so to say. But like, what do we actually do? Where do we go from here?
Okay, so I think first, I think what we need to do is look at two things. One is the evolutionary aspects of this, and in that sense, evolution doesn't necessarily favor intelligence or brutality, but who can breed. So whoever breeding the most is going to succeed in the future, and that's what's deeply concerning too. And that's when you're going to get into all these other debates, which I don't want to get into right now. But who's ever having the most kids are going to be the ones that are going to have the most influence in the future, and
I disagree.
that's but yeah, I get
All
what
we
you're
have to
saying
do
too,
is look at the Jays.
because we are in an age now where we're able to circumvent nature too, where we're able to get into surrogacy and be able to have different. So there is artificial selection as well, so we can override the natural selection. So but also but do keep in mind the natural selection, because that's never going to go away. But the other part that I want to bring up too is the politics behind it, and the biggest problem right now. And this is me as a university student, and I had the unfortunate um, uh, uh, been unfortunate to have lived this experience, and I know how these people have their mindset. I know where their mindset, I know what their end goal is in terms of their ideology and what they're teaching. And this ideology that they're putting out in the forefront is called intersectionality, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that.
Yeah, of course.
So, um, for those who don't know, intersectional eh, intersectionality is the concept that all of the quote unquote marginalized people's issues all intersect. So if you're black, if you're Latino, if you're queer, if you're this or that, anything that's not a straight white male or even a straight white Christian male, however you want to cut your cake, is they're all being oppressed, and they all are being oppressed. They're all the same, and they're all being oppressed by this oppressor. So it's this mentality of separating the oppressor from the oppressed, and they're using this logic to intersect everybody together to try to create an us versus them narrative. And within the intersectionality, you have two of the major arguments. You have the critical race theory and you have the critical gender theory. And these are anti biology, anti science, uh, basically philosophical ideologies that are becoming prevalent within universities, and they are gaining political power.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, the problem is that they are first and foremost wanting equity, and their concept of equity is which is absolutely horrifying, because even regardless of if somebody's like a capitalist, a communist, or whatever, socialist, equity should be like there's something that you should absolutely fear, because equity pretty much is the concept of making everybody equal at all costs. So, like,
Yeah, forced equality.
yeah, if you're an artist and somebody isn't, well, the artist gets their hands chopped off. If you're a musician and somebody isn't, well, you get your fingers broken and
Well,
so on and so forth.
that would be brought to an extreme in like a
But
philosophical
yeah,
hypothetical.
that is an extreme, and I'm being a little hyperbolic there. But that's basically their end goal, is to eventually, like, when they have this us versus them mentality, where their greatest evil is the white man, and then everybody else is being oppressed by a white man. They're going after the white man at all costs, and that's why you're seeing a lot of this propaganda that's very, very anti-white propaganda. And they will circumvent and change the narrative, and uh, go in and change academia in order to reflect their narrative. So while we do have the science behind us, a lot of these scientists, a lot of these biologists, these anthropologists, and so on and so forth, they do tend to agree with this narrative, and they will take um, the facts, the evidence that supports the latter, and either bury it in a lot of um, uh, junk, or they will twist it to make it sound like it's supporting their narrative. And that's something that we have to deal with for first and foremost, because otherwise we're not going to be able to um, push forward into dealing with it socially if we don't attack it in academia first.
Well, I don't think we stand a fighting chance against the left in terms of taking back America or taking back
Well,
the
I'm
West.
not saying necessarily we take America. I'm just saying, like, we need to kind of capture the minds, the people that actually want to know true academia. They're going to have to look for it outside of universities. And if you do go to university, you do have to um, look at the actual sources and read and look at sources that's not being taught in the university, because the university is just going to spoon feed you the narrative.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I just want to clarify, I'm not necessarily black pilled in general on white survival. Pushing back. I just think that trying to infiltrate the institutions, take over mainstream political parties, hijack the media, essentially do what the Jays have done. It's not going to work for us. The demographics are not there. The hooks are in too deep. So my main priority is convincing our people that it's time to separate. It's time
Oh,
to
yeah,
leave.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
that we need to take control of these institutions. I'm just saying that we need to understand that these
Yeah, we need to
institutions
equip our
are
people.
rotten and are rotten. It's like I'm not saying that you can't get a good needed education from these
Yeah,
institutions,
yeah.
especially like if you're going for something like um, you know business related or something that's something that's outside of the social sciences, you're probably fine. Like it's not going to be like like if you can filter out all the noise, you should be fine. And if you are going to STEM, just filter out the nonsense and focus on your STEM field. Don't get too caught up on the whole, oh, race isn't real or gender isn't real uh, talking points, because this is just their narrative. And to be quite honest, this is something that, and this happens all the time. Like every era has something that they try to hide, and it never works. So just make sure that you keep an open mind and you read from other sources, because this is just something that academia is known to do. If there's something that they don't like, they try to bury it. They did this with evolution. They did this with other topics as well. So it's just another one of those things where they're trying to say that race and gender isn't real, and they will bury it.
Mhm, mhm.
So I'm not necessarily like, I'm trying to not like white pill or black pill or any kind of pill anybody. I'm just trying to put the facts out there and just say, hey, here's the facts. Make sure that you read um, uh, up on these topics, and don't just uh, take what is being spoon fed to you. You gotta read it. Unfortunately, a lot of the homework relies on you and the sources that you can find, and not going for what the mainstream is going is saying right now in terms of academia and in terms of media. But I don't want to go too a big of a tangent. My whole point is just to say that, yeah, this whole intersectionality and whole critical race theory, critical gender theory is the main reason as to why we can't talk about race realism in a more polite setting, in terms of actual, like in an actual debate in a university or out in public.
Mhm, mhm. I think it's important to equip potential students or students who are currently going to university with as much knowledge as possible so that when they come across these types of brainwashing uh, rhetoric or lessons or whatever, they can actually defend themselves against it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's one of the main talking points that a lot of intersectional feminists will point to is the concept of like, oh well, you know, if like a black woman wants to compete in sports and she's denied because her testosterone levels is higher than that of an average white woman, then she will be denied uh, being able to participate. And then they'll conflate it with transgender discrimination, and then they'll like intersect it and say, oh yeah, see, because it's because transgender people are being uh, discriminated against, you're being discriminated against as a black woman, and then so on and so forth. So like they're all need to unite against the evil white man, and they don't understand the complexity of the situation. They don't understand that the reason why there's this standard is because this was a standard that was set when the majority of women were white women. And so of course, this is not going to be the standard for all racial groups, and it shows that you cannot have this standard. Like, if you want to be in a multiracial society, you can't have this standard for um, biological women across the board. And with them trying to conflate that is them trying to say, creating that us versus them mentality and say, oh yeah, this is white supremacy at play, when mostly it's just because that at the time that such a ruling was made, it was white women were the majority, and that's how it was recorded. And unfortunately, we're not allowed to make racial distinctions uh, between people because that's racist for some reason. And that's what happens when you don't take race into account, because you don't treat it as a biological reality, you treat it as a social issue.
Yeah, and it can be both. It can be both a social issue and a biological reality. It's very frustrating. People say, it's just a social construct. Uh, okay, well, yeah, race is a social construct, but so is everything. So it's really a non-point.
Yeah, exactly. It's just this they think they have that got you when they really don't. It's just them trying to blame everything on white supremacy, which makes no sense. It's just an annoying narrative that I get sick and tired of seeing all the time.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
So yeah, that's basically kind of how um I see it, that we need to understand the narrative that's being pushed, and that we need to push back against it, saying, hey, yeah, there are these social issues because we are not acknowledging the biological reality of race. We're not acknowledging the biological reality of gender, or the complexity, or how diverse individual people can be. And we we have an issue where we try to put everything into these different boxes and hold a complete set standard that not everybody's going to be able to fit into, and we create unnecessary social problems. We really do. And then some things can be addressed uh, uh, in very simple terms, like either just letting like these certain regions balkanize, being able to allow racial groups to naturally segregate themselves and form these other groups, and be able to live as how they want to live. And in terms of certain sports, like if we want to go ahead and segue into some of the queer topics too, in some cases, like there are certain sports where it just doesn't even make sense to have it like uh, uh, sex segregated. Some sports you should, and some sports that just really doesn't make any sense to have it segregated.
Um, yeah, I don't even know
And
where.
and I know,
Oh,
sorry,
sorry.
and sorry, I know that's going to be a little bit controversial on my part, but I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, no problem. For me, I think men dominate in all athletic competitions. Even something like Jeopardy, the most winningest female contestant is actually a man. It's a transgender man. Women can't even compete with men in chess. The A grandmaster female would barely even be able to compete with like the weakest male grandmaster. It's really that bad. There's nothing. There's no like physical setback that women have other than their brains just aren't as smart on average in terms of competitive problem solving. They are smarter in certain ways than men, but when it comes to like competitive problem solving, that like hunter domination type of spirit, they just don't have it to the same level, and it reveals itself in things like darts and things like pool and things like golf. Like women cannot compete with men in any of those sports. Women cannot even catch a ball to the degree like a female cannot even be a back catcher in the major league base in the MLBs. Um, just kind of like seemingly simple things that you wouldn't think big shoulders or high levels of testosterone should affect. So in order to give females uh, proper incentive to be the best athletes they can be, we need to create environments where they only compete with other females so they can achieve that sense of victory, that sense of accomplishment that comes with athleticism. But if we pit them against men, they're just going to constantly get dominated, destroyed, and then eventually they're just going to opt right out of it, and we'll be in a society where women are just simply soft. And they I think it's good to encourage a female population to be athletic, because if their genes are stronger, and more athletic, that means you're going to have a stronger and more athletic offspring. I think it really did Europe a disservice when they kind of limited females' ability to interact in society. They were prevented from doing a lot of things. And what did we see? We saw, women that were either like fat and pudgy or like really, really frail and skinny. And what did that create with the population? Like post medieval, I guess, Renaissance era Europeans are nowhere what they were like before the advent of Christianity, when women were actually kind of warriors, when they had more freedom, when they were riding horses or whatever. We were producing stronger, larger, bigger men. Look at the Viking population compared to the British population. You have huge, tall, strong men that are just like worshipped by these English females. And you think a Viking female was interested in a short, pot-bellied Englishman? No, I'm obviously using stereotypes here, but yeah, I think it's in our best interest to have a physically fit female population. And in order to ensure that, you have to incentivize them to get into things like athletics. And if we're pitting them against males, they're just not going to be able to compete, and they won't even venture in. Like, look at the swimming competition that just happened. The real winner came second, and she wouldn't have the same accolades. It wouldn't be the same as if she came first. And that could deter a lot of females from even getting into swimming competitions. And that's not a good thing. We want to encourage women to be athletic.
Well, thank you for that. And see, my point is not to say that you can't have entirely sex segregated sports, but I do think that there should be certain sports that should be allowed and open to having more gender diverse
Can you
groups.
give me an example?
And well, the thing is that I'm not saying that it should be even. So like even in terms of like, oh, this sport should have an even amount of females and even amount of males. I'm
Not
saying
even,
they
but
should
like,
they should be they should be
using
open they should be open to outliers.
ping pong
I
or
I could say ping pong. I would even say like maybe even baseball would be open to having female competitors. I think my whole point is to not say that like there should be an even. They should be. I'm not saying there should be an even amount of males or even amount of females. I'm saying that there are going to be outliers. And
okay, but what I'm saying is in grade 6, we had a boys baseball team. If the girls were allowed to compete, we'd maybe at best have one girl on the team. All the other girls would get cut. So the coach in an awkward position of, do I cut all these females and basically de-incentivize sports for females, or do I take Tiffany over David when I know David's actually the better player? So I would say maybe under 10 years old, under 12 years old, sure, we can have the girls play with the boys. But once you reach a certain level, like you just brought up baseball, I don't know how much baseball you've played in your life, but like girls cannot compete. They don't have the hand-eye coordination that's at the same level. And if you take an elite female baseball player, she's going to be nothing compared to an elite male baseball player.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the thing is, I'm just opening up the floor to outliers. I'm not necessarily saying that these should be completely, 100% like like it should be 50 male, 50 female. I'm not saying that, but I think that then just kind of boils down to a more of a funding argument.
What ends up happening, and I'll show you the problem with that. Let's say the best females are allowed to be on the male team. That just makes female sports a joke. Because now it's basically like, okay, these aren't actually the best females in the world. These are just, representing the majority. And now we're just going to pay attention to the exception to the rules. I don't think that's good for female sports.
Well, I mean, I think that kind of boils down to then just different viewpoints on that. And I'm just trying to be more open-minded in a sense that there are outliers, and I think that we should be able to acknowledge that there are biological women that would be able to compete more with men, and there are biological men that would be fitting more within the female aspects of it. Not like, so it's just like, it's just that kind of awkward situation. Is humans are very complex species, and while we are a dimorphic species, there's a lot of people that do fall in within a spectrum in between that those two binaries.
Well, I'm actually
And
going to rewind it a little bit. I would honestly say if a woman was capable of being in the MLB, playing in soccer, like you have to realize the American Olympic soccer team loses the high school men's team. Okay, so
Mhm,
I would say that they would be hiring these women. The owners of these teams are their interest is making fucking money. So if they could hire a female who is one of the best players in the world, they're going to do that. So there's a reason why there's zero females in the MLB. There's zero females in the NHL. Like Haley Wickenheiser, she's the best Canadian hockey player to ever have played, and she was able to play in a men's league, an elite men's league in Europe, and she did okay. But when she got checked really hard, I mean, you just see the look on the girl's face. It's just like she's a female, and guys would ease up on her.
mhm,
There's fighting in hockey. Obviously, no guy's going to
mhm.
drop the gloves with the fucking female. So I think it's wishful thinking, and the only way that you could be arguing that females should be allowed to play with men is if there's some sort of trans agenda behind it. And I'm willing to talk about that, but I'd appreciate the honesty.
Oh, I'm not trying to put any kind of agenda behind it. I'm not. I'm just trying to, but just trying to uh, put that idea out there that there are people that are outliers, and I think we should be more open minded. Because and let me ask you this question: if we're going to be going for the best of best, would you argue that sports shouldn't be exclusive to Africans? To only Africans can play sports?
If it was to the point where whites literally could not compete with blacks, it was actually comparable to say women and female. I would say white men should not even bother trying to get into major league sports because it's literally an impossibility. But because whites still do represent about 20% of the starting positions in those major league sports and like 99% in sports like hockey or anything swimming or ice related, I would never suggest for whites to not be allowed. But if the disparity was that was seriously that high, I would say yeah, whites should have their own sports leagues. We should segregate sports so that there's still incentivization for whites to get into sports. I would even say we should segregate basketball on a high school level. I don't because blacks hit puberty at an early age and they reach heights of 6 feet tall much quicker than whites. They get the starting positions, they get the support, they end up making it to college. Where a lot of whites simply just don't even bother to get into basketball because they're like, I'm a white boy. It's kind of like a stereotype that, white man can't jump, white man can't play, blah, blah, blah. So I actually think it might be in best interest to segregate maybe basketball, but still because whites represent about 15 to 20%, I wouldn't suggest that right now. But yeah, maybe that would be the only sport that I would consider because there's such a biological advantage at the high school level.
Oh yeah, and I agree. There are going to be certain sports where men are going to definitely overpower women for the
No, no,
most
all
part.
sports.
And but there, like I will still
Every
argue
sport.
there are going to be outliers on occasion. But my whole
It's like
point
saying,
is,
yeah, but there's a chimp that's smarter than retards, but like we should never expect chimps to be able to be in a classroom. So you could make the suggestion for a chimp that's at
well,
a
I mean, at the same time, would you expect all these different racial groups to share the same classroom as well? When you're seeing America how it is, and ever since where you've had integrated classrooms, there's been a lot more problems within schools and students not being able to get a proper education. So in that sense, wouldn't it make more sense to if since you have this greater disparity that we should start segregating um, our our society in terms of more within racial lines? Maybe we wouldn't have such of these large disparities between not just racial groups but also within gender groups.
Well, there's a first I want to say there's a big difference between being an exception to the rule and being a complete like anomaly. So, for instance, if we look at basketball players under the height of 5'9", they literally don't exist. There's Muggsy Bogues and a handful of other literal anomalies out there, right? Like we're talking like lower than 1%. But if it's an exception to the rule, like say for instance black IQ or white athleticism, I don't think we should be segregating people because it's not strong enough. You couldn't say that Barack Obama is an anomaly. You can't say that Neil deGrasse Tyson is an anomaly, but you could say it's an exception to their exceptions to the general rule. If you meet an amazing chess player, it's not an anomaly, it's an exception to the rule. However, if you meet a chimpanzee that's at a grade 4 level, that is a complete anomaly. If you meet a female that can even compete with like college baseball players, that's an anomaly. Even chess, like that movie or that series that came out, The Queen's Gambit. I thought it was real. I didn't want to Google anything about it because I didn't want to ruin the ending. And I thought it was amazing that this woman could actually compete with men because, from my understanding, that just never happened. And sure enough, the whole movie, the whole series is fiction, and it's true that no female chess player has ever even come close to being as good as the men. So I stand firmly that on the position that female and male competition should be segregated, and there should only be certain exceptions when it's like basically only intellect. But even shows like Jeopardy or chess, I mean, still like chess should be segregated. I don't know about Jeopardy or things like that. But I'm not really advocating for racial segregation. I might suggest that like it would be okay if there was black schools or even white schools, because the students would have a better chance to excel because they wouldn't be competing against Asians who are essentially superior in the classroom. Their type of intelligence is very geared towards following directions, taking orders, focusing on a specific task, not having to use creative ability. Our school system is totally catered to Asian genes, for a lack of better words. And I've literally talked to white students who have said, I may have gone into this field, I may have chosen to take this class, but I know it's just going to be a bunch of Asians who are essentially way smarter than me. And I could imagine from an Asian student's perspective, yeah, I might join the basketball team if I was in China and had to compete with a bunch of other 5'7" students. But here in America or Canada, I'm not even going to bother trying out for the basketball team or get into sports because I'm just going to get dominated. So yeah, in some cases, I do think racial segregation is healthy because it incentivizes and rewards students who come from a racial group which might be from a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. My whole point is I'm just trying to find a way of how we can like actually solve this issue, because I'm fairly open minded and I want everybody to be able to participate. Not necessarily equally, because that's just not how sports work, but more fairly in terms of opportunities. And I think it all depends on like how we approach these issues and these topics, and definitely between the type of sports that we're talking about too, and how we're able to get through this. Maybe the answer might be that just certain groups just pursue something else other than sports, or maybe we need to like have more segregated groups in terms of like, if trans people want to be able to participate in sports, they have their own like kind of like trans sports things. They shouldn't be expected to compete with biological women or biological men or any kind of that sort. And maybe we should start kind of like return to a racially segregated sporting system, because it is not fair that there are white men and Asian men that cannot compete in a multiracial sporting environment. And, it's just we're not being able to recognize the sporting capabilities within an ethnic or racial group.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of it is developmental and at what stages students hit puberty. When I was in high school, I remember many individuals who were really short, grade 9, grade 10, and then they hit this huge growth spurt later into high school. But by that time, their destiny is largely determined. They haven't had the years of experience playing sports or basketball because they weren't big, they weren't strong, they weren't very athletic. They hit their growth spurt later, they hit puberty later, their voice drops later, all of these things. And this one kid, Robbie, I remember he was like maybe 5'2" in grade 10. I ran into him on the subway like maybe 5 years ago, and the kid was 6'3". where you see like somebody like LeBron James or many of the NBA stars, they're essentially at their height in high school. Maybe they grow a little bit after that, right? And even in the younger ages, grade 8, if you can recall, Black students in your school, they tend to hit puberty at a much younger age. So it's not fair, I think, on a developmental level within the school systems to have the various races competing athletically. I do think some form of segregation would be ideal. Is that achievable? Probably not. But on a professional level, once Asians have their fair chance to practice within Asian communities, whites have their fair chance, blah blah blah, then we get to a professional level. I don't believe in racial segregation. It should obviously be the best man for the game, right? So yeah, it would be interesting if Olympics were racially based. I think they would garner a lot more attention and higher viewership, and people would be generally interested. Even if it was something like an all-black basketball team versus an all-white basketball team, everybody would want to see that. Everyone would want to see if the cooperation and team skill effort from the whites could compete with the natural athleticism of blacks. Why are all quarterbacks, or the majority of them, white? And even if they are black, they tend to be significantly white admixture. It's the most high intelligent position in the game, right? It's nobody can deny that what whites use as part of our athletic advantage is our intelligence, and what blacks use is their natural athletic advantage. But because things are so skewed in a developmental stage, like I said, in high school, the physical advantage that blacks have is just astronomically high, and so they get the major support. But I want to shift gears just a little bit, because you mentioned something about like anomalies, or just exceptions to the rules, and then also potentially like a trans league. So in reverse order, I guess with the trans league, the problem with that is it will become a freak show. I believe the trans community knows that if we have a trans Olympics, it's just going to be laughed at. Like, people from the outside would literally be like, okay, let's see who the strongest man woman is, because nobody really cares. Like, people care about who the fastest man is. People who care about who the fastest woman is. Nobody cares about who the fastest trans man is or trans woman is, because it really doesn't matter. Unless you're the fastest man or the fastest woman, you're just in this kind of like freak show category. So the trans community will never welcome the trans Olympics, because they know what it is. And so no, they have to push the gas that we are legitimate women. We're not freaks. We shouldn't be categorized. If they admit that they need their own sports league, then they admit that they're their own gender. They cannot back away from this. They cannot back away from including women into sports. And that might be the pivotal thing. If the right pushes back, or the mainstream pushes back enough on trannies being, sorry, I'm saying a bad word, on trans people being in sports, it could open the door and realizing, yeah, like this, they are legitimately not women or men, whatever, and we shouldn't consider them to be as such. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I get what you're saying. I slightly disagree, but I definitely do get what you're saying, because I know, like, we do have like the Special Olympics, and people do mock that, and which I think is unfortunate, but that is the case. And I do agree that there probably is this agenda to try to say that, oh yeah, there, and like I brought up before, this all falls in with the whole critical theory background, and the whole like gender critical theory, and these people will outright deny that biological differences exist, that there's no such thing as like male or female, and that's just a load of bullcrap. But I would say, for me, I do have some friends that are trans. I've known transgender people, and I do try to see different viewpoints. Not everybody does agree with this whole gender push, this whole gender narrative, that everything is a social construct, and there is something to be had on how to approach these topics. And there is we should really, as just being a respectable, intelligent human being, we should understand the complexities and the outliers within a population. And these outliers doesn't necessarily have to be a quote unquote freak. They tend to be quite a lot of people, quite a lot of individuals when you put into perspective of there being nearly 8 billion humans on the planet. So we're talking about people that are probably in existence more than the amount of ginger people that there are on the planet. So we have to approach these, and I'm not talking about just like transgender people. I'm talking about like just people overall not falling uh, fully male or fully female. We do have a lot of instances of intersex conditions where people will have intersex conditions, and like how do we approach that? How do they get into how do we deal
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that situation?
That's a really, really important thing to bring up because whether people are hermaphroditic or they suffer from some sort of biological condition, which essentially renders them genderless, I think humans, be them on the left or the right, have been largely sympathetic towards these people. And we recognize that it's a delicate situation and it's truly an anomaly, which requires a specific set of applications, right? So if you have somebody who is born with both female and male reproductive organs, to me, that is completely different than a man who's lived 50 years of his life as a man and then puts on a wig and gets some implants and says now he's a female. But what the trans community has tried to do is lump all these people into the same category, get them all fighting the same battle, when really these are different types of people. And we hear a lot of examples of like the natives really having a lot of respect for hermaphrodites and stuff. Well, I believe that, but I'm not necessarily sure it was just for any man who put on a female clothing and called himself a woman. I think you had to display certain biological features where the community would feel a general sense of sympathy for you. Like, yes, this man looks very much like a female, and this has always been the case from birth. And this is an anomaly. We're not necessarily going to treat him as a man. I think that's perfectly fine. But once the tribe or the society starts believing that, you can just essentially choose your identity, or that, 30 years in your life, you can realize that, oh my God, yeah, I'd be happier taking it in the butt than having sex with a woman. I think that's ridiculous. So yeah, I do have certain sympathy for people with biological conditions. And if they did have like their own league to participate in, that would be great. But again, I just think it would be kind of like the Special Olympics and nobody would care. The bigger point with the Special Olympics or the transgender Olympics is maybe not necessarily that it's a freak show or whatever, but it's just nobody really would care. So it's very much in the trans community to try to convince us that they should be allowed. Otherwise, their whole ideology would be credited. But I seen somebody in the chat said perhaps the trans strategy pushing the idea that trans women are women and trans men are men was a tactical mistake. And yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. And to kind of, since I am more familiar with that community, since I have friends in that community, and I am, as most people know, I do fall within the quote unquote queer community. I refuse to use their stupid acronyms, but yeah, I see where these arguments come from, and there definitely are people that do have a genuine gender dysphoria, and they have problems, and they need to have that dealt with. But then you do have insane people, and I'm not talking about people that are have gender confusion. I'm talking about like insane leftoid people that claim that you can be however you identify. So they say like if a man just throws on a wig and he says he's a transgender woman that day, and then everyone should believe him. There are people that argue that that is valid, that is true, and or you'll have women that decide to have top surgery and say that that they're a man or they're non-binary, and that's incredibly problematic, and that flies in the face with people that do have real biological conditions, people that struggle with gender dysphoria, people with that. And that comes from a lack of proper gatekeeping too, because these people that do have genuine gender dysphoria are people that are intersex, because there are people that are like intersex males, there are intersex females, and then there's true hermaphrodites. There's a bunch of different variations like
Can you
Kliefeld syndrome.
describe what's the difference between intersex and transgender?
Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and give a distinction. So an intersex person is somebody that has a variety of different traits. They could either be a true hermaphrodite, which is somebody that has both male or female genitalia, or they could have ambiguous genitalia. And then there are people that could be like a intersex male, meaning that they have male genitalia, or they appear more androgynous, or they appear more like a woman. And this could be in a range from having not enough testosterone, like they could be, or they could have like Heitfelder syndrome, um, or they, which is XXY. And there are people that have, where they could be intersex female, where they take in too much testosterone. They look more masculine, but they're female.
Mhm.
And then there are people that, where their um, physiological sex does not might match up with their genotypical sex. So you can end up with an XX male or XY female. So those are all those different cases of intersex. And then and it's very hard to detect. It's just you tend to find people that are either gender ambiguous, people that are, they tend to be fairly androgynous or look very gender neutral, and I tend to fall within that spectrum of gender ambiguity, um, unfortunately.
Well, I mean,
And
I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you. So a lot of it, I'm learning, and I can admit when I'm ignorant on a specific topic, right? So like intersex to me is a term that I've never really used, but I think I described earlier how that is different than the current transgender uh, agenda or theme that we see playing out across the West. Like I remember when I was younger, hearing about hermaphrodites or hearing about people with these hormonal conditions. Again, I didn't know about this term transsexuality, and even conservatives, we didn't have an issue with these people. We felt a certain level of sympathy, and that's unfortunate, and we should accommodate in some sort of way. But with I guess transvestites and the whole RuPaul drag queen show, like there's always been a natural disgust towards that. We're naturally kind of like repulsed by this idea of clearly a man dressing up as a woman and trying to play it off. So for me, it's like it's kind of just an unfortunate situation for individuals who are in that circumstance. But you just described yourself. Do you embrace it? Do you feel happy? Do you feel good about it? Or is it something where you're just like, this isn't ideal and I wish it was different? I don't know if you feel comfortable talking about that, but I'm genuinely
um,
curious.
I don't want to get too much into it because I am like I'll just say that, yeah, I am seeking therapy about it because it is confusing. I mean, I imagine like you're male, and you're told that, oh, you're a man, you're supposed to look and act and behave this way, but like when
Mhm.
I'm clean shaven, I'm always mistaken as female. People always call me ma'am. They like address me at like he her pronouns when they're talking to somebody, and it's very bizarre for me, especially given like I was I'm according to the doctors, they described me as a biologically male. I am going to an endocrinologist to find out what my karyotype is, which is my chromosomes, just to make sure that I might not, just to see if there's like some kind of issue with that, or if it's a diet related issue. I don't know. I really don't know what the problem is, but it is really confusing. Imagine like being told that you're a male and you need to look and act a certain way. You're doing absolutely nothing to try to appear as the opposite sex, and people constantly misgender you and think that you're female.
Hmm. Hmm.
It is one of the most bizarre and weirdest feelings. It really is very confusing.
Yeah, no, I could imagine. Well, I mean, I can't really imagine, but I sympathize with it.
So I do try to like feel for how like people that do have gender dysphoria. I sympathize with them because I understand what it feels like to be like misgendered and to be like called this or that, and you don't feel like that's really quite aligns with who you are as a person. Um, and it is very confusing. And I'm just trying to figure out like what is this cause? Like what is the cause? Why are people transgender? Is there a quote unquote cure for it? Is there like some kind of misalignment? Like is there a biological reason as to why people are transgender? Like is there an uh, some kind of like mental development that goes into the biological realm? I don't know. I really don't know, but I try to approach it more scientifically than socially, and I tried to figure out what the answer is. But there are people that take these biological instances, people that do suffer from these conditions, and they try to run with it and try to say that all people can choose to identify however they wish, and that's
Yeah,
just
it's
not
such
the right.
a great line, like, thinking about it, say, "Okay, well, if this person is biologically feminine enough, they get the pass and they can be considered trans or whatever, but if, you didn't realize this until you were 55 years old, well, now, sorry, too bad, you can't put on the dress and the wig." So it's it's very, very gray line. Um, where I guess with being a hermaphrodite or having the chromosomes, it's clear cut and dry that yes, this is a specific case. But for a young, like say my son, for instance, he's like, Daddy, I don't want to play sports. I just want to sit down and play with Barbie dolls. I don't want to have to be strong and tough. I want to be pretty and whatever. Um, I'll be honest with you. Like I'll share something with you. I remember I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I started feeling jealous and envious of girls. I'm like, girls can wear guys' clothes, and that's perfectly fine. But if I put on a dress, that's not okay. I'm like, why is it that a girl can put a basket on her bicycle, and that's okay? But if I put a basket on my bicycle, that's not okay. I'm like, girls don't have to worry about like fighting. They don't have to be tough. They can just kind of cry. I'm like, I want to be a girl. And I remember like having that little conversation with my mom. And it's like, wow, if that happened today, she'd probably be talking to doctors. They'd be sitting me down. Now, Ronnie, why is it that you want to be a girl? Do you sometimes feel like you'd rather play with Barbies than play with footballs and whatever? What if I say yes to that? You know what I mean? Just like crazy shit. And I actually do believe that being a man requires a certain level of I got to accept the shit. I got to be tough. I got to man the fuck up. And it was actually like a choice when I was younger to realize that like, yeah, men have it harder in certain ways, but like I welcome this. I don't want a period. I don't want to be soft and dainty. I'm glad that I'm this warrior type. And if I'm not brave enough and strong enough to welcome it, I'm doing myself a disservice. So I can't help but feel that any tranny out there or very feminine man has just not gone through this process. They failed at this process. They were thrown into the ocean and they sunk. Like it takes something to be a man, and it's just easier to be a woman. A woman can just essentially be good looking and nice, and she can get through in society. As men, we all know this. If you're born a good looking female and you just act nice, you can find a man and your life lives happily ever after. But like for a man, you actually have to be something. You can't just be good looking. You can't just be nice. It's what you do that determines your value in society. And that is so much harder of a mountain to climb than to just be like, okay, I'm going to eat right, not gain a lot of weight, and just be a nice, pretty person. Maybe I'm a chauvinist for thinking women have it a hell of a lot easier. But why is it that a 4 out of 10 can just go on Tinder and get laid tonight, where a 7 out of 10 man would have a difficulty, right? It's women are more highly valued for just simply being there, where men have to do something. So I think a lot of men are intimidated by this at a younger age. They don't get the proper nourishment. They don't have the proper father figure, and so they lack the confidence and courage to actually be a man. But then I also do think that some people again are born with these chromosome anomalies or crazy hormonal anomalies. And how do we decipher who is truly deserving of our sympathy and who needs to be told to man the fuck up? Like, part of me, honestly, White Lion, I feel like saying, well, like just man up. Who cares if you look a little feminine? Like, go to the gym, work on the jawline, do all of these things. But then another part of me says, well, what if he or she genuinely has these uh, biological setbacks, and if they were placed on me, I wouldn't have been able to sink, or sorry, I wouldn't have been able to swim like I did when I was younger, or like I am now. Maybe I would be like, just biologically more of a woman. So that's just my honest take there. Part of me is like, I disagree with you embracing it, and then another part of me is like, if that is truly the case, who the hell am I to tell you to man the fuck up? That would make me the asshole. So I think a lot of people on the right, I don't mean to be preachy, just need to see, I guess, the nuance within this situation.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of truth to what you said. At the same time, there's also a lot of gray area within the fact that we do live in a very double standard society in terms of how we approach these things that really are a social construct. So, like the types of clothing we wear and how we present ourselves. Because back in the day, men had worn more frilly, more quote unquote effeminate garbs, and they were considered masculine. They were considered, but usually it was attributed to status as well. But um it all comes down to where we have this we live in this feminist society that has this double standard that they want to masculinize women and feminize men, which is really bizarre. But yeah, before I get too much into it, like I get what you're saying. There is definitely something within the institutions onto pushing this narrative onto children. And that's something that I completely disagree on, because children don't understand this concept. They don't know. They just, if there's any kind of like incongruency that might present itself at a young age, they don't know what it is. And they're not going to know until they start getting into puberty.
You're right
So
about
to approach,
the kids for sure, but there's examples of like say military veterans who are jacked as fuck. They literally look like an alpha man and they become a female. So it's not just that like, hey, I lack the testosterone or the ability to be a man. There's something going inside where these men can't take the heat. Like, sorry, I got to bring this up. There's a lot of CEOs and powerful men in powerful positions that actually like to be whipped and dominated in the bedroom because there's so much pressure in their job. They always have to be in control. They always have to be powerful. So in the bedroom, it's like complete opposite. And same thing for powerful female CEOs and whatever. They actually love to be dominated in the bedroom because it's a break from their regular life, right? So there's a bigger problem with the transgender and uh, body or a gender dysphoria than just not being able to look the part. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't see these huge jack guys just all of a sudden becoming women. And what they say is that, this is how I always felt. I just felt so much pressure to be a man. I was able to act the role. Like Caitlyn Jenner says, I was the best actor in the world because I pretended to be a man my whole life. So it's just like, how do you possibly determine whether or not an individual is just giving up at being a man? And I wonder if you actually do agree with me on that. Like there has to be some explanation for why successful, good-looking men just decide to become a woman. Either they truly are women and have been lying their whole lives, or they can't take the heat of being a man. I really don't see any other explanation. And the right is like unwilling to come up with an explanation for why this happens. They just say, "Oh, well, I disagree with it. It's wrong. It's stupid." But they don't actually say, "Okay, well, why is it that Caitlyn Jenner decided to become a woman? What was going on there?" And I think it's just the pressure of being this dominant male figure when, like, his I guess family or kid. I don't even really know how to get into the great. But do you agree with me on that? Like, do you think that's a reasonable explanation for why, say, a military vet who's jacked, has all the muscles and looks like a man, doesn't have the three chromosomes, doesn't have, like, what would be the explanation for why he just decides to become a female? Forget about the kids. Like, I'm really interested on the effect that this is happening on adults.
yeah, that is something that puzzles me too, and I totally get what you're saying. And honestly, the only kind of excuses that I could come up with. Now, just this is just me. I can't speak for their experiences because I'm not them and I don't know them, but I would like to understand more about why they think they have to. But for me, I think there's one of two reasons why. There could be one, as I said earlier, we live in a feminist society. So for a lot of that, there are men that feel like they will be more treated better as a woman than as a man. I think that's why we're starting to see more trans women coming about, because they feel like they're going to be more respected in their position as as a woman than as a man, because there is this attack on masculinity. There is this attack on men in our society because of this feminist agenda that's being pushed in our society, is to trying to kind of flip the table and make men more feminine and women more masculine. And we're having all these people that are really, really confused and they don't know how to fit within this new um, dynamic, within this new kind of social um, hierarchy. So that could be one explanation. Another explanation is that some of these men might be, or trans women, for whatever term. Some of these people might be um, autogynephilic, which is they get a sexual arousal of becoming a woman.
Yeah, I think that plays a huge part in it too. I remember again when I was younger. I'm very honest with myself, and I have like a really good memory when it comes to uh, things that I think most kids don't remember. I actually, again, I can remember watching this. I think it was like a horror movie, and the woman was just kind of like fondling like her own breast, and I remember thinking like, yeah, that would be awesome to have like these two breasts. Like women's genitals are better, like they're whatever, their body would feel better. Wouldn't that be great if I just had that? And there's this philosophical dilemma where like once you are something, or when you desire something to take it to its full extreme, you want to be that thing. And then but once you are that thing, you can no longer desire it, so that there's this weird kind of like um conundrum or whatever there. So yeah, it was like, to be God you have to be both the thing that is desired, and it's kind of escaping me right now, but I think that's what's going on in a lot of these people's heads. They are attracted to the female body, but then there's the part of it that wants it to be their body as well. Like Bruce Jenner literally still has sex with women. He's not quote unquote gay. He has sex with women. So it's like, I don't know, man. I can't help but think that it's a mental thing that isn't worked out, and we're deciding to change the body and accept the changing of the body instead of trying to enforce some sort of love, be it tough love or psychological love, uh, to fix the problem. But maybe because it is kind of late in the stream, not that I have to go right now, but a bigger uh, part of the conversation I think should be dedicated towards how this relates to the pro-white sphere and the pro-white movement. And I personally believe, I honestly don't care if you're the quote unquote biggest flamer out there, or if you're totally transgender. If you're in support of you know, white people and white survival, if you're aware of population replacement, if you're aware of race realism, if you're aware of the JQ, I welcome you in the movement. I don't care if you're homosexual or trans. And I think that needs to be our position. We need to have a hierarchy of priorities. And right now, fighting population replacement is far more of a bigger issue than what people do in the bedroom or how they identify sexually. So I think there is a problem within the movement in terms of purity against homosexuals or people who fit into the queer ideology. So if you've had issues with that, problems with that, I'm definitely sympathetic, and I'd like to hear if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, I appreciate your statement, and I do agree with that. That the pro white movement should be more open to having people that are going to be pro white and not having such a strong rigid view on things, because if they're going to be extremely rigid, like say that everybody in the pro-white movement has to be straight white Christian male, you're not going to get very far in terms of your ideological movement and actually making a difference in the world, because that's just that's just not going to get the movement anywhere. You know, the Christians don't have the power like they used to. They don't have, white men don't have the power like they used to. Like I said, we live in a feminist society now, and everything too. It's just like a lot of this stuff is very trivial. So it's just like a lot of stuff that people complain about. Oh, this is horrible. This is wrong. Is evil. This still is happening under every single era of society. So even in some of the most strictest societies where homosexuality was illegal and treated, and homosexuals treated horribly, that stuff was still happening behind the closed doors. And it's like that's not something that you can just wipe clean. And that's, we can have like a discussion as to why this stuff exists. I don't know if we had the time for it for this stream, but I would definitely love to have a discussion for why some of, like, white people are gay, white people have these white queer people exist, and that we shouldn't have this strict sense of how people should be, because humans are very complex and diverse um, species, and the pro-white movement is in the large part trying to secure diversity long term. The left likes to say that they're pro diversity, but they're not really pro diversity. They just want to lead everyone together and create a monoracial society by through miscegenation and yeah, it's just so if we limit ourselves to a small uh, population within the movement and have an extremely rigid ideology, it's going to take a millennia for it to even get anywhere.
I partly agree. Like I agree with you in the general scope of things of welcoming homosexuals and whatnot into the movement, but I disagree on why we should do that. I don't think we're reliant on them, or that we our numbers aren't big enough without them.
Oh, and
Uh,
I don't mean to imply that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just saying that just through the masses, like how people perceive the world right now, people are not going to take kindly to the message. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay. Well, I mean, our message is never going to be palatable to the masses, anyways, because we're saying race is real. We're saying there's certain power and control, and we're being replaced. So I don't think we really have a too good of a chance of convincing the world that we're the good guys, so to say, or anything like that. My concern is just genuinely with like the spirit, the soul, and morality, right? Like if if the topic is how to fix the potholes in our city, and somebody's a gluttonous, obese, alcoholic, if he has a great idea for how we should fix the potholes, if he's really concerned about it, in that regard, that's all that matters. I don't care about his ethos. I don't care about all this other crap. We're talking about fucking potholes. So within political movements, if you're concerned about white salvation, who cares if an individual within your group has a 90 IQ? Yeah, ideally we want our people to be smart, but the focus here isn't, we're not IQ nationalists. Right? We're not athletic nationalists, or let's be jacked nationalists. We are white nationalists, or a pro-white movement. That's the thing that matters most. So if people are demanding perfect individuals, you have to be Christian, you have to be good looking, your IQ has to be a full standard deviation point above. What do we want? A nation full of idiots? You can't be fat. What do we want? A nation full of fat people? You can't be homosexual. What do we want? A nation full of fat? It's like, no, you're never going to go anywhere if you purity spiral to that degree. So yeah, religion is not what we're necessarily fighting for. Neither is sexual orientation. It's white wellness, it's white well-being. And just before I pass it back to you, somebody says, how's homosexuals going to help with population replacement? Well, they might not necessarily help with raising the birth rate. I'll agree with you on that. But you're talking about population replacement here, and they can absolutely help us with that if they're against mass immigration, if they are pro-separatists, if they're gentlemen here like White Lion. He is absolutely conducive to the growth of the movement. He is supportive of what we stand for in every single way. So even if this person doesn't have kids of their own, even if you don't have kids of your own, you can still absolutely work towards helping the movement. And it's not just about birth rates. In 1920s or 1930s or 50s, there was less white people in America than there are now. But the reason what we're concerned about is representation and basically per capita. And on average, or whites will only represent 60 to 70% of the US population. They used to represent about 90. So it's overall representation that we're concerned with, not just the sheer numbers of white people on the planet. When we talk about replacement, it's our power, influence, our majority, and then eventually, yes, we literally physically will be extinct if we go far enough down the timeline. So I'll pass it back to you, White Line.
Okay, so I agree and slightly disagree. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily comes down to morality, but I definitely agree kind of what you're saying with in terms of population replacement. For one, is that homosexual men tend to provide a lot in terms of culture and innovation. So to throw them out simply because of their sexual orientation is not wise, especially if they're going to be pro-white. So if they have an inherent sense of preserving their racial or ethnic backgrounds, their people, and the homosexuals love their people just as anybody else. So to say that they should be scorned from society for their sexual orientation is I find to be abhorrent, because it's not productive for society, and it's just a very ignorant way of looking at the world. And
Do you
another
mind if
thing
I
too,
challenge that?
I'm sorry.
Do you mind if I challenge that?
Let me finish my point first before you say that. Another thing too is, if your sole concern is about population, then you can also bring up the whole group of people that are sterile. Like if people are born incapable of having children, if people, and it doesn't matter what their sexual orientation is, they could be completely 100% straight. But if they are physically incapable of having children, what's the point of keeping them around?
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
no
like,
postmenopausal women.
yeah, exactly. So it's just like, that if you think that the sole um the only value a person has to a society is their ability to reproduce, that's not looking at humanity in a very good light. Because honestly, to be quite honest, if you're looking at it in a biological perspective, do you want every single individual, even within your race, to breed? Do you really want them to breed? So if homosexuality is um biological and can be inherited, why would you want to force homosexuals to be straight and pass on their sexual orientation to the next generation, to the point where almost nobody wants to breed?
Well, I
Or
have a theory that can kind of address that, because I totally get what you're saying, right? Like, um, homosexuals aren't going to be passing on their genes. Why would you want them to? Why would you want to encourage them to do that? But
yeah,
that brings up the question of how did the homosexual genes, if it's purely biological, or if you're saying people are naturally gay, how did the homosexual genes even pass on and make it this far? It would have just died out the moment it mutated, and the first two guys, or the first homosexual, I guess, maybe raped another guy, because it's very unlikely that the same mutation would happen in two different people. So I just don't see how the gene would even pass on unless the guy just, it's just a weird thing. Like, It's interesting talking to a gay like, would you say that it's a good thing that it passed on? But, anyway, sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud and, coming up with some of the stuff on the
Yeah.
spot, but, um, eh, ah, I lost my
I mean, I get what you're saying, and the thing is that there's a lot of nuance to that. For one thing, the easiest explanation for that is bisexuality.
well, that's the thing
And
is that's what I was
in my opinion, so humans are social apes. And bisexuality is actually quite common in great apes societies.
and in all
Uh,
ancient societies.
and pretty much all like a lot of animals. So there is evolutionary adaptation. There's there's a reason for bisexuality is a way for there to be social cohesion within a population. And I'm talking about like in this most basic sense, like going all the way back to when humans were a polyamorous, like having a harem, where it's like it was the alpha male to several females, and all the beta males had no females. So that would be another reason where it would be advantageous for there to be homosexuality, because like the beta males, they're still going to have sexual desires, and the
Problem
only sexual outlets that they're going to have is with other beta males.
The problem with it well, this is an issue with evolution in general, is that you have to have a random mutation. It's not like, say there's 2 lonely men in, a village. You can't just have them just turn gay, from a biological standpoint based on their environment. There wasn't enough time. It would literally be the environment right then and there, making those 2 guys have sex with each other, proving that there is no genetic cause. Like, there literally can't be a genetic cause for homosexuality. Like, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but also keep in mind that there are genetic mutations for every single generation. Every time there's a child, there is a genetic mutation. So you can essentially you could have where homosexuality appears from a different genetic mutation every single generation. So it doesn't
Right.
necessarily have to be a single gene that causes it.
But the
And
way mutations happen is within one individual. There's no way that you could have a random mutation,
well,
for instance.
think about it. You're thinking about it through an individual, but the thing about the vast majority of people. So, yeah, you're still going to have a small population of gay people, but there's still going to be enough.
Of evolution itself. Like, say for instance, how we go from a land animal to a dolphin. There needs to be steps to get the nose to turn into a blowhole. Now, the first step that takes place needs to be totally random. And it's just a mutation. It's not like just walking into the water is going to cause this mutation. The mutation happens totally independent of there being any environment, and then the environment decides whether or not that mutation is advantageous. So the idea that you could have 2 lonely men just naturally become gay, it doesn't make any sense. And if we're going with like the whole bisexual thing, that where it's just kind of like natural for people to be attracted to a, a variety of people. Well, that still doesn't really do anything to defend the homosexual position, because in my opinion, homosexuality is quite different than bisexuality. You're choosing to just be with a man, to not procreate, to not be with a woman. It's not just like, oh, I want sexual variety. You're essentially denying the natural part, right? So it's kind of like, if say there was a guy who was only into oral sex, he refused to have vaginal sex. You'd be like, that's weird. But to incorporate oral sex into vaginal sex, well, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. So bisexuality isn't necessarily a problem. It's when a man decides, I'm gay, I'm not going to be with a woman. And I don't think there can really be a genetic cause for that. It's a decision.
I mean, I get what you're saying, because I mean I'm bisexual, so I totally get it. Like in my viewpoint, I don't think most people are either straight or gay. I think most people fall somewhere in between a bisexual spectrum. And I think that what happens is that it could be a hormonal condition that forces it to be one way or the other, or it could be an environmental cause. Like it could be the environment saying, "Hey, there is an overpopulation of this species, and there might be like some kind of environmental cause that is choosing certain individuals to prefer same-sex relationships because
Yeah.
they're trying to decrease the population. So there's a lot of arguments onto like why homosexuality exists,
You
and
seen
I
it
think that could be probably one of
for the
those.
Midnight Express? Sorry.
I said that's probably why homosexuality could be. Um,
Yeah, no, I heard you. I was asking a question. Have you seen the movie The Midnight Express?
oh, the Midnight Express. No, I have not.
It's about an American who gets arrested trying to bring hash back from Turkey, and he goes to a Turkish prison. He's totally straight. He's got a wife and everything, or at least a long term girlfriend. And because of the environmental conditions, the psychological damage, and isolation, him and another male inmate end up having sex together, and it's it is what it is. But his wife comes and visits him, and he is just like he's going crazy to see her. He literally jerks off while she's visiting him and asks her to put her hands up and just show him her boobs. So it's clearly a straight man. It's clearly a man who prefers a woman. He's literally drooling at the sight of his feet, and it's based on a true story. And these things happen in prison all the time. Men literally have sex with other men in prison, but are totally straight on the outside. So what I think this proves is that, again, there is no genetic cause. It's the environment which can essentially have this negative effect on a man, which causes him to resort to this thing which is less than ideal. And a man's basic instinct to want to have sex, if there's not an available female, he may go for another man. And maybe a man who does enjoy sex with females wants to spice things up or whatever. And this was obviously present in ancient times. Anybody who looks who how the pagans interacted, the Romans or the Greeks, there was a lot of bisexual activity, and they didn't even have words for homosexuals. Like it was just so unfathomable that a man could just choose to be with another man. It was and only another man. It was just like a very, very rare occurrence. So I have my theory doesn't really get adopted, or my stance doesn't really get adopted by too many people, because on the one sense I'm like against homosexuality, but I'm very understanding of bisexuality, and it's typically one way or the other. You have the left who is all for it, the LGBT, and you have the right who is all against it. But I do think if we're honest with history, if we're honest how straight men behave, and less than fortunate circumstances, it is kind of natural form of sexual expression that is bisexuality. Yeah.
I got you. Yeah. There is definitely some nuance within that topic, and that's something that I would definitely love to get more into if we ever decide to have like a debate on the purpose for the existence of homosexuality and its morality in case of whatnot. But my personal view on this, I don't think there is a moral stance to sexuality. I think it is comes to terms to just biology and environment. I think the only thing that you could morally argue in terms of any type of sexuality is if you are if you're a pedophile. That is something that is morally reprehensible. That is horrible. And that's something that you should not do. Or then if you get into bestiality, or if you're having sex with creatures that are not biologically closely related to you, then yeah, that's not going to be productive, and you could be spreading disease through interaction with these other creatures, and then you're also you're hurting something that cannot consent. So when it comes to immorality in in a sexual sense, that's the only thing. Those are the only two things that I feel like are morally reprehensible. But when it comes to homosexuality, I don't think homosexuality is immoral, because that really doesn't do anything, and plus it can serve a purpose in terms of keeping the population under control. And I believe Edward Dutton also has stated that there's a theory out there that suggests that if a male is homosexual,
The gay
they
uncle theory.
yeah, the gay uncle theory, the whole gay
I
uncle
use
theory.
that in debates a lot.
Yeah, I've heard you use it, which I think it's a very fascinating theory. So there's that argument too. So I don't think there is a moral leg to stand on in arguing against homosexuality, and I don't think it serves our movement uh, good to like harass people for being homosexuals
Oh, well,
or use
there's
tags
you
for.
gotta. I think what we have to do is attack ideologies and not people, right? Like I have an issue with obesity, but I'll never treat an overweight person with disrespect just because they're fat or they're not in shape, right? Like I think all people should strive to be the best that they are. And just because somebody has a poor diet, I'm not gonna say, well, let's just not care about diet. It's not necessarily immoral or unethical or whatever. No, we can still call a spade, but it's all about prioritizing um uh, or priority hierarchy or whatever. So what we're fighting for again is white wellness. We're not fighting against homosexuality. We're not fighting against obesity. We're not fighting against poaching of the elephants or anything. Even though all of these things we care about, they shouldn't take top priority. So when you said I don't think you don't think there's an argument against homosexuality, I do think there is an argument against homosexuality as moral or immoral. But in terms of bisexuality, it's very, very hard for me to come up with a strong case against it. Like if somebody says, okay, you have a man and a woman, they each like having sex with men and women, but they want to be together. They have kids. They're pro-white, or we can attach whatever aspects to them. What essentially makes it wrong for them to enjoy sexual experience with somebody of the same sex? I can't. I don't have a strong argument against it, and I don't think really anybody does, unless they're just going to use a religious argument. But in terms of homosexuality, like saying no, this is my sexual preference. I don't want to be with girls. I want to be with guys. I do think that there's something quote unquote wrong with that, or clearly less than. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Honestly, in my opinion, this is just my opinion on terms of like how society should be more open-minded to or be more structured towards is I think most people fall somewhere in the bisexual spectrum, and most people tend to be like polyamorous. It's like it's very hard to force monogamy. It's very hard to force heterosexuality onto the vast population, and we should be a little bit more open-minded towards to allowing these bisexual tendencies and be able to have these more these larger families, and that can be more, and that can help us too in terms of numbers and allowing people to have multiple spouses. But I'm not going to really get into that argument right now, but I do think that that's more advantageous to us as society. But I do get what you're saying in terms of like homosexuality. I think your argument's more that is less of the is homosexuality immoral, and more of should homosexuality be normalized, as in that's the standard for society. And I
Well,
would
no,
agree.
because I think everybody on the right would agree that homosexuality shouldn't be like the default state of society, or normalized to the point where it's
I
like,
think most people, even most homosexuals, would definitely agree that that's how that society shouldn't be that way either.
yeah, yeah. So I mean that's I think not really the best way to depict what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that homosexuality I feel is wrong. Bisexuality, I don't necessarily have a strong argument against it. There is something intuitively that I feel it's kind of gross. Like when I learned that it was common practice for Celtic warriors to essentially give each other blowjobs after battles and stuff as a sign of appreciation, and they're away from their wives. So like the alpha male would essentially get blowjobs from like the more beta males, and this was a sign of like respect. It's fascinating stuff. It's like what the hell, right? So it's kind of gross. I just could not picture there being any reality in which I feel comfortable seeing that taking place, right? But it seems like whether it's the Romans, again, the Greeks, the Germans, the Celts, Vikings. I mean, bisexuality was practiced in Viking tribes too. But again, none of these people were homosexual. It's wild. It's like they didn't have this concept of like being sexual with another man was wrong. But if you denied being sexual with a woman, that's what made you wrong. And I stand firmly on that. I don't see how a red-blooded man is not attracted to a female and doesn't want to procreate, doesn't want to feel the tenderness. That's truly what amazes me. The idea that a man can get together with another man, like I can understand. It's not like it's this thing where like, how the hell does that even happen? So yeah, I do think I do stand firmly on the fact that homosexuality is just wrong. But again, it doesn't make a person a bad person, because I think obesity is wrong, but I know many obese people who are good people. I think smoking cigarettes is bad, for Christ's sakes. I know many people who smoke cigarettes that are great people. So just because you think the thing is bad doesn't mean you hate the people. And I feel like this is what the right has a really hard time doing. And Nick Fuentes and like this immature crowd that just likes to laugh and, you know, BTFO people online, they fall victim to it. Like they're literally like nasty bullies towards people who don't fit into their standards. And I think that's a horrible approach to take. You should despise the ideology, not necessarily the individuals. And I see the way that a lot of them treat people online, and it's absolutely disgusting.
I will say that I disagree, but I see what you're saying, and I can definitely find some common ground with you. But I do disagree. I don't think that it's immoral. Like I said, I do think that there is a biological explanation and reasoning as to why homosexuality it exists, and to say that it's immoral, I think that's just kind of just I don't think that's quite understanding the nuance of biological reality. But that just kind of goes down to like that comes down to just agree to disagree on that point, because it's just like we're not going to see.
But it's interesting. I think people like to hear that stuff, and we're both really calm and cool people. So I prefer to kind of talk about stuff that we might not fully see eye to eye on, because yeah. So just one point that I want to bring up, because I forgot to bring it up earlier. Like say within your tribe have a genetic variation, whether that's you're an animal or human. We'll go with the land animals evolving into dolphins and whales. Let's say you carry a little genetic variation which makes your nose slightly higher up towards your forehead. And so if we carry this lineage, eventually, you know, maybe it moves to the top of the head. Either way, in order for that first genetic mutation to survive, you have to breed with somebody else, and they either have to have the same recessive trait or your trait is dominant, and then it passes on. Evolution doesn't work where 4 individuals in the tribe randomly get the same mutation. It literally starts with 1 and then it passes on. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree for the most part. There is some nuance within it, but yeah, it is. They do have to pass on that gene.
Okay, so the first gay person, when the gay gene mutated and evolved, if he you know, if it evolved out of him being lonely or anything like this, he essentially has to rape another man, because you would agree that there's no way 2 men within the same tribe would randomly get this mutation, right? There's no chance. So the first man who acts on it is literally raping another man, and maybe he has sex with a woman, and that's how the genes pass on.
I wouldn't say that as rape. I would, like I said, the example that I
well,
gave,
if he was coerced into doing it naturally and cooperatively, it would dismiss the genetic cause then, because if he wasn't raped,
more probably like the example that you give with the people in prison. Is like it probably came down more to like.
Then you don't even need the genetic cause. If the environment can totally create the conditions in which a man is willing, then you don't need genetic cause.
I did provide that the genetic cause as an example, but not necessarily the leading reason as to why everybody is that is homosexual for that reason.
Like I can understand blue eyes, literally a random mutation. one guy with blue eyes manages to pass on this mutation because it's well, even that is kind of retarded
But
because
I
it's
did even
recessive.
said I did made it. I did give an example earlier where there isn't another population of people that have a mutation for blue eyes, and are totally unrelated to the people to most people that have blue eyes.
But even still within that group, the way evolution works is it would be a 1 in a quadrillion chance that blue eyes could mutate within two people in the same proximity to each other. It's just impossible. Like, let's say right now, what's the chance of you getting like a little mutation that could change the your hand, and you know, and somebody else within your proximity having that same mutation, and then you guys hooking up and breeding? It's just insane, right? So when it comes to homosexuality spreading across the entire world, I just don't believe that it happened through genetics. It happens because of environment. Every human being has within them the ability, the programming to choose to have sex with another man, and it's whether or not their environment and their free will chooses to do that. There's nothing genetic really going on there. And if there is, it's the same amount of genetics that would determine whether somebody's athletic or has an affinity towards music. There's nothing like hardwired in our genes that says you need to like a dick in the butt. There just isn't.
Well, for one thing, not every homosexual is particularly taken to anal.
Okay,
That's
a cock in the mouth or a dick in the butt. We'll reduce it to that.
and and then when in terms of that, like I said, there's still that biological factor in terms of the environment is influencing biology in terms of reducing the population by influencing certain individuals within the population to not breed, either biologically or environmentally by creating a situation where it needs to reduce the amount of individuals within that population.
I don't really necessarily think right now whites should be too concerned with
Oh
population
yeah, and
reduction.
I'm not saying that whites should be. I'm just saying that if it is if there is a genetic component to it, do should we like be forcing homosexuals back in the closet and forcing them to breed? I think that causes more problems down in the future
What I
because
think it comes down to is like people think that sexuality is just this like complete unique thing that can't be compared to anything else, when it's not. Like if we want to explain like why does somebody become an athlete, if you say that genetics have like nothing to do with it, you're an idiot. If you say the environment has nothing to do with it, you're an idiot. But like really, if we can say that the same genetics applying to that individual, or not necessarily like the the identical genes, but fuck, I'm losing my train of thought here. It's kind of a
I
complicated
mean
thing.
that's exactly what I was saying in the first place, though, that there are genetic and environmental factors that can influence somebody's sexuality.
Right, but you can never make the claim that somebody's an athlete because of genetics, because we all have legs, we all have arms. It's kind of like a non-point. Like we
Oh yeah,
all
and I'm
have
not making that claim.
to be an athlete, and then it's just what you do in your life, environment and free will that would determine that. So with sexuality, I think we all have the genetic soup to be attracted to like various things. There is no gay gene. We all have that same genetic kind of soup, and then it's just the environment and the free will that determines how you act on that.
Mhm.
Like I truly believe every man in the world has the potential to enjoy sex with another man. It's there
I
is no.
mean, I think honestly, I think we pretty much agree on this topic. I think the only thing that we disagree on is whether if homosexuality is, excuse me, homosexuality is moral or immoral. Which I would argue that you can't really put morality on
Not necessarily more.
consensual sex.
I wouldn't choose to use the word moral. I would just say less healthy or less good. Like in my debates against homosexuals, I never
I was gonna
used.
say like more. I think like more or less productive.
Yeah, like it's like, you know, is being a poor, unproductive person immoral? It's no, I don't know. It's just not good.
But then, like I say, and then it circles around to, do you want everybody breeding in the population? You really don't want everybody breeding in the population. You want the people with the most desired genes, the most desired attributes to be breeding.
Okay, but you don't have to be gay to not breed. even if that was the
Yeah,
case where
true.
I agreed with you.
I'm just saying that I just don't think there's any moral argument on that. It's just more or less that, humans are a social species, and for those that um can't or shouldn't breed, they should have a sexual outlet.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to be homosexual.
No, I'm not saying that they have to be homosexual, but if their proclivities are homosexual relations, like who are we to say that they can or can't have that? Like if it's moral or immoral.
I would say that it's the morality of it is less than whether or not it's as healthy or it's ideal. So, not it being in a homosexual relationship, you're not going to be able to pass on your genes. Being in a homosexual relationship, neither one of you represents a unique role that can't be challenged by the other. See, like my wife, she never has to worry about being as strong or as manly as me because she's a woman. I never have to worry about being as feminine and as pretty as she is. But when two men are together, you could clearly say, "Oh, this guy's stronger and bigger. This guy's better looking." Like you're two men, and you are essentially in this kind of competition with each other, whether you acknowledge it or not. And this is a problem within the gay community. It's just like I've literally heard and talked with people where they acknowledge what I'm saying is totally true. There's a situation where 9 out of 10 times the top typically has the larger penis than the bottom. Is this really good for that bottom psychology to know that he's less than a man in that way than his partner? Probably not. But when you're a man with a woman, she doesn't have a penis. If you don't, you're not competing in that sense. When it's two women, it's like, yeah, who has the better body, who has the better breast, who has the tighter pussy, or whatever. Like there's this natural thing that's just wrong and not as good. I don't know if it's immoral, but it's not as ideal. And I think this is why a lot of homosexual couples don't make it. You don't see a lot of old gay men together. Because there is this competition when a man like when I get into a heated argument with a man, there's a chance it could come to blows because it's like, what the fuck, men have a different demeanor, but with a woman, like I would never, my woman doesn't have to worry about me fucking, uh, sticking up my dukes and fighting with her. But I just imagine myself with another dude and he tells me to fuck off, gets up and starts yelling. I get up and start yelling. Like we're going to probably punch each other out. So I think preserving the uniqueness of the gender roles, it makes you a happier person to know that within your union, within your woman, you have a role that she can't possibly ever usurp. And she has a role that you can never usurp. But with two men, that's just never the case.
Okay, so first off, you do know that femboys and butch lesbians exist, right? There are these people that do not fit their stereotypical gender roles in terms of these homosexual relationships. So it really doesn't come down to it. And having been in these communities and been around these type of people, there are people that they're more femme and they have larger penises, but they prefer to bottom.
Yeah,
And
exceptions to the rule.
and then in terms of their in terms of what what relationships work. First off, relationships aren't a competition, and second, um,
Within the homosexual community, it often is.
that
They buy
varies.
the same
At the same
clothes.
time, that does occur in
Who
heterosexual
dresses better, all of this kind of stuff. Yeah, they're very catty with each other because they're the same person.
I would
It's
argue
very
that's
rare
way
that you
more
meet
like,
a gay couple where the guy's like, "Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you." And he's totally straight. And then his boyfriend's
and
like,
somebody actually just
"Hello."
added
No,
to
they're
the
usually
point
both
that
pretty
said about
feminine.
that said something about lesbians, which is actually what my next point would be. The most cases for domestic violence and for most divorce is actually lesbian couples, not necessarily gay male couples. So actually, there could be an argument to be had that
Well, I'm
lesbian couples are
I don't know which
probably
one's worse.
the least healthiest relationship dynamics.
Yeah, no, I don't deny that. I think that's true. But again, I'm not necessarily using statistics. I'm using people to use their brains, their minds. Like, most men have probably had a fight with their brothers, a cousin, friends that they're really close to, but they probably never had a fight with a girl. They might have fought their father, but they never fought their mother. There's something there when two men get together. There is a good chance or not necessarily a good chance, but a far greater chance that things could come to blows. Where with a woman, it's not necessarily the case. And I use that example, not necessarily a domestic violence point, because I know women do suffer from domestic violence. That's not necessarily where I'm going with this. It's that you have this unique role. And if one man dominates it, says, shut the fuck up, and raises his fist, if that other man shuts the fuck up and doesn't like step up, like he's literally less of a man. Like he is. Like you're now with this other man who's more of a man than you, where like my woman's always going to be more of a woman than me. I'm always going to be more of a man than them. And so yeah, like I truly believe bottoms and like these fairy type of men that you describe, they're not like that. They have a psychological condition. They're basically just one step away from being transsexual. Like I actually don't get it why a bottom man, like I see on reality shows and even they call themselves queens, they'll call each other sisters and all of this. It's just like, why not just be trans then? Oh, I get it. It's because you didn't grow up in the society that would have said that for you. I mean, you do want to be a woman. You want to just be this pretty angelic thing. You don't have what it takes to be a man. So yeah, I don't think saying, well, because bottoms exist and there's these fairy type men, that now that's some sort of like justification for homosexual relationships. If anything, it just makes it even worse.
I mean, it does add interesting that is something interesting to this discussion. I don't necessarily agree fully with what you're saying, but it is true that were more effeminate men, and I think it comes down to investigating onto um, why some men are more feminine and why some women are masculine, and regardless of if they have like a intersex condition or not, and that's something totally unrelated. But yeah, I would definitely agree that there's if they were being brought up in today's society, they would probably be convinced that they're trans. And there is something to be had in that discussion, whether if it could be that they are, um, if there's something psychological, if there's something developmental in their brains. But that's a whole another argument in terms of if we're talking about like two extremely masculine men being in a relationship versus a um, more feminine and a more masculine dynamic. And that comes down to arguing. First off, it can be borderline semantics, where it's just like, are you arguing with like, is it just like a femme versus trans and stuff like that? And then another thing is that there is definitely a nuance to this discussion in terms of if it's healthy for certain people to get together. I think I would argue that it has more in terms of society not having a healthy means for people to get to meet their partner that actually matches with them, and are having to hunt blindly for a relationship. And then you do have people that will settle for like another a man or another woman, or not be able to find a proper relationship. And to be honest, comes down to when it comes down to homosexuality, there's something that should be investigated in terms of why people um, tend to be either fully homosexual, or fully heterosexual, and find out why people are like that, how that happens, like how human sexuality is that exactly, and try to fully understand uh, how to go about relationships, because there clearly is a problem with how people are pairing off and forming relationships. And it's not just within the queer community; it's also within the within straight people as well. Like my entire family has like I have never seen a healthy heterosexual relationship growing up. Almost every single person that I've been related to has had a very nasty relationship, and they're all heterosexual or all in heterosexual relationships. They all ended in divorce, very bitter, very angry divorces, and there's a lot of like anger and just like, for lack of a better word, disgust for each other. And that just that boils down more to just the fundamentals of society and not being able to have a healthy outlet of finding a romantic partner or a romantic relationship that would actually work, or having a way to health having a healthy outlet for sexual release too, if that made any sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like half listening there. I'm not gonna lie. I was looking at some of the comments in the chat. But what was your main point?
My main point is that like it kind of comes down to the problems with societal problems, not being able to actually find uh, a
I
healthy
was
relationship.
listening to like I was hearing everything that you're saying until right up at the end. Like I heard what you're talking about in terms of there being high divorce rates and you experiencing that within your own life and these kind of like bitter splits between people. And so this is something that we're dealing with beyond the homosexual question or whatever. But then when you ended it off, I completely missed that last part.
I think that's kind of how I ended it. I don't even remember how. I don't
Okay.
remember
Okay. So okay.
how.
Good. I got, and I would agree with that. I do think that uh, keeping relationships together and divorce rates are a huge issue. I see somebody in the chat did say homosexual divorce rates are lower than heterosexual couples. Right off the bat, I would say homosexuals have only been able to get married. Very recently, so they haven't had a long enough time to break up. They haven't had those 30-year marriages or 20-year
Or I
marriages
would
or
also
whatever.
interject that it's also been fairly harder for heterosexual couples to get a divorce too. So it's actually more recent that even heterosexual couples have been able to get divorced. I know what you're saying in terms of being able to get married, but like there is a history of not being able to get a proper divorce and up until more recently.
Well, I mean, gays have only been like, how long have gays been able to get married in the States?
I mean, 2003 for some, and then goes on, and then fully legalized in 2015. So
Okay,
yeah,
so in 2003,
I get
people
what you're
weren't
saying. I
having a
get
hard
what you're
time
saying.
getting yeah, but
Yeah,
in
I get what you're saying.
2003.
I'm just interjecting a little nuance into that.
Okay, but yeah, 2003, people had no problem getting divorced. I mean, maybe like way back in the day, but like basically since the 90s onwards, uh, divorce rates have been going through the roof, right? So, yeah, I do think as gays become older, because most gays that get married and most gay couples are younger. Like I've talked to a lot of older gay men, and they're like, life is freaking hell. Like, imagine going to the club as an old gay man, and like, who are you gonna find, right? Where it's like because you're literally competing with better versions of yourself that are younger. And for a young straight gay man who's good looking, yeah, maybe it's like this lifestyle is fun, but when you get older, none of the younger guys are going to be into you, and now it's just two old guys with sagging balls trying to hook up with each other. It's like, no, it doesn't work out. Where when it
This, I get what you're saying, and I think that has less to do with just somebody being homosexual and more to do with uh the culture, the homosexual culture. The like there is this like this um you can look at people individually and you can look at people as a group, and as a group there are certain cultures that are permissible and impermissible. And I think the problem is like when you allow a group to have be completely unhinged and not have any kind of direction, they will tend to deviate to something that is unhealthy, and that's for everybody, not just homosexuals. That's for heterosexuals. That's for everybody. If you don't have proper direction, proper leadership in society, everybody's going to start heading towards a very hedonistic lifestyle. And you're seeing that right now with even a lot of heterosexual couples. There's a lot of people that they just rather hook up than actually be in a relationship. And for the most part, most
I don't
people
see
that
how
I
two men can honestly, yeah, it is a thing where I don't think I'll ever budge on that. Like, like one man say like caressing the cheek of another man as he like says he loves you. Like to me, it's just absolutely wrong and disgusting. I don't think I like. To me, two men getting together to have sex is more understandable. I get it. You're horny. You're in prison, or you're off in battle and whatever. Like when I heard about like the Celtics and their oral practices, to me that's somehow a lot less disgusting than two men like holding hands and hugging each other on the beach. Like you need to be with a woman. It needs to be a man and a woman. Like I feel like I'm invoking like a religious argument here, but I actually feel like it's disgusting. Like it's like watching a fat person stuff their face with a burger. Like there's no part of you that wants to see it because you know it's wrong. You don't want to go over there and punch him in the face for eating the burger, but every part of you is like, yeah, that's just wrong.
But that's also your personal preference, and you are putting your personal preference as a moral argument, and using a straw man
But why do
to.
all straight guys feel that way?
Not all straight guys feel that way. They don't.
No straight guy wants to see another. The only like
But yeah, but like a lot of straight guys want to see two women.
Yeah, because when two women together, they actually enhance their femininity. When two men
And
get together,
how are two guys not enhancing their
I'll
masculinity?
explain to you because
Well, you just gave an example of how like the Celtics would give each other blowjobs.
and that was not
Isn't
enhancing
that
their
enhancing? Isn't
masculinity.
how is that
No.
not enhancing their masculinity?
Well, how is it enhancing their masculinity? For I can explain how two women getting together can enhance their their femininity, but two men getting together actually takes away from it. Because if
Okay,
you're
so how
the
is
because first of all, if I guess like two a woman is like the uh the passive subject within the sexual display. Like they're the submissive one. They're not necessarily having to take control or display any sort of dominance. The man, on the other hand, obviously has to. So when you're a man who's being taken by another man, that automatically diminishes and takes away from your masculinity. There's nothing there where it's being enhanced. But seeing like say two flowers together, that enhances their beauty because neither one of them is needing to dominate or take the other. So we see all the time in movies or at parties, women will get together and hug and laugh, and it adds to their femininity. If you take two men and you get them to hug and kiss and wear thongs together, and you ask two straight women, do you find this attractive? They will all say no. Straight women are naturally not attracted to two men getting together because it literally kills their masculinity and reduces it to a feminine kind of act. Where when women get together, it's seen by all men as naturally attractive, virtually all men, unless they're extremely religious, and it literally enhances their femininity. Is that a decent enough explanation?
No, because honestly, the highest consumers of gay porn tend to be bisexual and heterosexual women. So that's not really helping your case. That's just
Which source are you using for this?
that's just I had to hunt for that, but yeah, I've come across that. But yeah, just take it with a grain of salt. I'm not going to completely back that discussion up. But yes, I have come across arguments on that front. Another thing too is that you definitely can argue that there is an exchange of masculinity between the men that are giving each other oral sex. I mean, you have a guy that has less masculinity that is appreciative of somebody with more masculinity, and he wants to have more masculinity. So there is that sense, and that you see that all throughout
No,
Greco-Roman
no,
culture.
The guy on his knees is not gaining any form of masculinity by doing that. He's literally submitting and showing the other that, it's sign of a there's no gain in in masculinity. And again, just ask any straight female, like any dudes out there, ask your woman, like, do you think it would be hot? Would I look more masculine if I was fondling another man and kissing him? Or would that somehow reduce my masculinity? They all say, yeah, I find that disgusting. But then every woman who's out there, ask your man, if I were to hug and kiss and play with another woman's tits, do you think that would be hot? They would all say yes. So it's not like I'm just pulling this out of my ass and coming up with it out of nowhere. It's also kind of like a natural common perception. And it's not just something that was societally formed. This is present in Roman times, in Greek times, in medieval times, women dancing around with each other, constantly, like, this in sex club, or sorry, in nightclubs or whatever, you have women dancing, strip clubs, like, yeah, like two dudes fondling each other. Like, if women go to strip clubs, they never want to see two dudes like grabbing each other's butts and grabbing each other's pecs. That would be a complete turn off for straight women. So I can confidently say, again, when two men get together, they're reducing their masculinity. The only way that you could say one is gaining it is like if one, whoever the top is, maybe you could say that's a form of masculinity because he's taking another man, and that's even more masculine than taking a woman. But certainly the guy on the bottom, or the feminine one, like, he's lost everything.
So then, let's say that you are correct on that. What do you have to gain to say that homosexuality is immoral then? Just because you find it disgusting? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, why is obesity wrong?
Well, obesity is wrong because you can clearly see the health problems with that, and you're saying that.
Yeah, I can clearly
but
see the
then
health
you're
problems with homosexuality.
you're complaining homosexuality down to just anal, and not every homosexual person is into anal, and not every homosexual is particularly into sexual activities either.
I have arguments for all. If say you're not into anal, then you're not into intercourse, which means you literally don't have sex, which means you're missing out on a huge part of life. Oral sex is cool, it's awesome, but it's not the same as intimate actual sex. So for any gay couple out there who doesn't have anal sex, I feel really bad for them. And then any couple out there who does have anal sex, well, now there's the health problems. We know that sexually transmitted diseases go much easier through the anal cavity or the anal canal, whatever, as well as just damage. If you're taking it up the ass, I mean, this porn stars, I mean, you can Google like damage for women with anal sex, and it's all over the place. But with homosexuals, it's like, it's always presented in the light of like, here's how to have, the safest anal sex. It's not really like, there's all these dudes out there whose rectums are completely destroyed by taking it from an 8-inch cock every other night. But that is something you will find with porn stars. Like their rectums literally get destroyed from constant anal abuse, especially when the partner is of a significant size. So they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Homosexuals, if they're having it, they're risking damage and all sorts of health effects. They constantly have to douche. Usually the bottom tends to not eat as much because you don't want to have poop all over your dick. So they tend to like essentially be thin and very frail, like Niles Crane type of bottom. So yeah, there really is no getting around it.
Well, first off, you do know that heterosexuals can have anal and oral sex, right? So
Yeah, and I would say any heterosexual who's like doing anal every single night or every other night, or that's like their go-to, the woman risks chances of having her ass damaged, her sphincter literally loosening up, and like shit squirts leaking out at work. This happens to men, especially older men. Older gay men literally have to start wearing diapers in their older ages because their sphincter has lost all control. Essentially, it's been blasted beyond repair.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So, if you don't think that there's no exchange of masculinity in terms of sexual relations within warriors, then why do you encounter these homosexual relationships in just about every warrior culture? Like, you can find it in samurais, you can find it in Greco-Roman. I mean, a great example is Achilles and Patroclus. Why is that? And at the same time, if you're going to use the argument that because women find it disgusting, well, then you just brought up it was a sense of brotherhood. Brotherhood. So isn't masculinity more important to men than it is to women? So wouldn't that be a vital part of the human social dynamics, the exchange of masculinity for the sake of men?
Yes, if straight men somehow thought it was attractive to see two men embrace each other, that would be a real blow to my argument. But the fact that both straight men and straight women find homosexual activity to not be attractive, but yet all women, we know it from high school, they kiss each other, they hug each other, they have sleepovers, like even like 35-year-old women, like the way that they hug and dance and slap each other, you'll never see that with men. And if men do act that way, the street people around them would be looking like, yeah, that's pretty gross, dude. Like,
But you see
don't.
that like all the time in like sports. Uh, I mean, like I have I see every time I go to the gym. There's these guys that are like they're slapping each other on the ass and they appreciate each other's like physiques. So this is not like unique to females where they appreciate each other's femininity. There's guys that appreciate each other's masculinity, and sometimes that does venture into the sexual side of things.
Yes, it does. And
And
to,
some
to,
people are disgust some women are disgusted by lesbianism, so to say that just because, uh, it's more of a turn on for men to see lesbians than what it is for women to see, um, gay men doesn't really support your argument, it just shows that there is a difference between men and women.
no, well, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a difference between men and women, but like, say for instance, like an example in reality shows or whatever, Big Brother. It says that one of my what do you call it? Hidden delights or dark temptation. I don't know, whatever it is. I like the show. Anyways, the women when they're sitting on the couches together, it's very common for them to literally be lying on each other, doing each other's hair, holding hands, this type of thing. The only type of men that you will ever see acting like that are gay men. No men. I've never sat down on a couch and had another dude just plop down beside me, put his hand on my thigh, and be like, blah, blah, blah. I never have a dude just hug me and we put our hands or our heads in each other's shoulders. So it's not just lesbianism that I'm talking about. I'm saying like two women getting together and embracing each other is like natural. It's attractive. It's beautiful. It's normal. Nobody's weirded out by it. But when guys do it, the only way it happens is if they're homosexual because straight dudes are grossed out by it and straight women are grossed out by it.
But that's more of an argument as to which one is more sensual, which one's more sexual. Men tend to be more sexual, and women tend to be more sensual. So naturally, the more fairer sex is going to be wanting or desiring a romantic or kind of sensual experience, while a man probably like two men might more of a sexual experience. And honestly, I've seen quite a lot of guys that gay couples that do not behave in such a manner. They're not extremely romantic to each other. They might hold each other's hands, but probably about it, and everything else is relegated to the bedroom. I fail to see any uh, gay male couples that are extremely sensual with each other out in public. Well, you will, or even men in general, but they will get handsy with each other in a more sexual sense than what women do. Women will be with it would get more handsy with each other in a more sensual sense because men are more tend to be more interested in sexual relations while women tend to prefer in a more emotional experience. And that's just showing the difference between men experience and women experience.
And that's part of the reason why I feel like when a man and a woman embrace, you get this perfect type of union. But when a man and a man embrace, you're missing a certain component there. And you're absolutely right. Men are a little bit more visually fixated, materially fixated, sexually fixated overall. Where women, it's more of a sensual thing. So when you have a man and a woman and embrace each other, a man isn't grossed out by the sight of a man kissing a woman because his masculinity and alpha force is counteracted by the femininity and the elegance of the woman. But if you insert another man into the play, now you're just left with this masculine force that's attempting to be sensual with another masculine force, and it's like watching two negative magnets repel each other. It's just it's unnatural. It doesn't work. It doesn't fit the proper union. Where you're saying about these sexual acts, like I can understand just a horny warrior who's like, yeah, I'll take a dick sucking, and I can understand another beta warrior who's like, okay, this is gonna show sign of appreciation, make me closer with the alpha, and yeah, I really don't care to do this. Even though it's disgusting and I wouldn't want to see it, I can actually understand that far more than a guy wanting to marry another man, wanting to like choose to like feel the rough hair of another man's chin on his chin, to feel another man's back hair, to smell another man's BO. Like that is like you it's again, it's like two negative magnets repelling each other. They just don't work out. But I guess it's an aesthetics thing, largely there, but because it's backed by other people, I feel that I'm grounded. Like if somebody says like, peanut butter and turkey taste good, they're the weird one. I don't care. There's objectivity within preference. Like turkey and peanut butter does not taste good, and we all know it. There's peanut butter and jam does taste good. So maybe there's some people that don't like peanut butter and jam. Maybe there's somebody who does like peanut butter and turkey, but that doesn't make it so. R.L. Stein is not a better author than Charles Dickens, and just because somebody likes Goosebumps more, it doesn't mean that the one's superior to the other. So I do feel that because straight men and straight women in a majority agree with me, it's and because I have a historical context for it too. I'm not just saying, oh, current time America. I can also go back to Roman times. I can go back to any time and in any culture and show that like women embracing other women is a common theme, but men embracing other men, you don't see that in clubs. You don't see a king who's just like, yeah, I want to see a bunch of like naked men dancing around me. No, that it was, there's a reason why it was women, and it's because it adds to the beauty, it adds to the aesthetics of femininity and sexual allurement, where two guys getting together basically grosses straight people out, and the only people into it would be other gay guys.
I would agree that there is objectivity in terms of art, but there's still preferences that exist, and preferences should not be like viewed as a moral or immoral stance. And that's my whole point that I'm trying to get at, is that just because you or maybe hypothetically a vast majority of a population finds something disgusting doesn't necessarily make it wrong. I mean, a vast majority of people could find jellyfish disgusting. That doesn't mean that their existence is immoral. So that just to see, I fail to see that there being a moral argument for or against the existence of homosexuality, especially homosexuality of men.
Do
But
you
anyway, I think. Go ahead.
find centipedes gross?
Huh?
Centipedes, do you find them gross?
What? What do you say?
Do you find centipedes, the insects, to be gross?
Oh yeah, I definitely think that they are fairly unappealing as a species, but I wouldn't want them extinct.
Do you think there are reasons beyond the subjective that makes you feel the centipede is disgusting, or do you think it's totally just a subjective opinion?
I think it's mostly subjective. I don't like. I think if there's any kind of inherent biological reason as to why somebody would find it unappealing, would be at just a primal level of the desire to breed. And at that level, then that just relegates you to your. Excuse me, one second. Sorry about that. That just relegates somebody to their reptilian brain at that point. But anyway, I think we kind of um, dragged that topic on quite a bit longer. I do want to get into something adjacent to this, though, but I don't know how much longer you have time for.
Yeah,
But yeah, if you want to keep going, I propose that maybe we should take like a 5 minute break, and then maybe and then come back and we can move on to the next topic.
Yeah, sure, sure. I just wanted because I threw that Centipede thing out there. It's just kind of waving in the breeze. So just to kind of pull it back down to earth for a second, and then we could take a break. The reason why the majority of humans are grossed out by centipedes is because they're very different from us. The same thing with weird sea creatures. Like the reason why horror movies make monsters look so either deformed or completely from humans is because they know that there is an objective biological response from humans. So just because there's somebody out there who like I literally have a friend who has a pet centipede and he thinks they're adorable. He finds the fucking centipede cute. Now he has to accept that he's weird. He is weird, and I could say that objectively. You're not the normal person. You're weird. There should be this biological understanding that this thing is gross. Um, it's like impossible for us to have empathy with a thing with a million legs or a bunch of eyes because we only have two, where we can have a lot more empathy for a mammal and for things that are closer to us. So yeah, that's an example. I say it's like an extreme comparison with homosexuality. Like there are some straight men who might be attracted to seeing two straight men have sex, but I really think it's such an anomaly. It's even less than the amount of people who would find centipedes attractive. Like there just literally are no straight men who find it to be attractive. So even if there are some, or there are some women who don't like lesbians, it doesn't detract from the point that if such a large majority of people feel this way, there's probably an innate biological reason for it. It doesn't make sense that we would all just arrive at the same kind of conclusion if there wasn't a reason for it. So the reason why we're grossed out by centipedes is because they're so fucking different from us. It literally repulses us.
All right, thank you for that input. Let me end my side of the argument on a comparison to there's a population of macaque monkeys
Of
that
macaque.
they are exclusively, for the most part, exclusively homosexual in terms of pairing. They only pair off with the opposite sex for reproductive purposes, and then they pair back to their same-sex partner, and the females are left to rear the young, and then once the males are old enough, they'll go and join. They would segregate themselves and go to the male population. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because this shows an evolutionary example as to a very different and very unique um, way of sexuality being developed. And I would argue that since humans have been around for several thousands of years, you can even if you want to add uh, Homo erectus to that, you can argue that humans have been around for about a million years. Uh, and we have all this, we got close to 8 billion humans. uh, it's hard to not argue that there's enough specialization happening that we see some differences where, like, yeah, you'll have a vast majority of population that might find homosexuality disgusting, but maybe we moved on so far in speciation as a species, we're starting to see that dynamic develop within humans, where you're starting to see that kind of reason as to why homosexuality would evolve and exist. And you'll start to see these alternative, quote unquote, alternative families, because they are a new subspecies coming about. And that's just something that I wanted to put out there as a possibility.
Interesting.
Yep. So anyway, I think that concludes this portion of this live stream. I think we'll go ahead and take a break and come back and at around 10:05.
Sounds good to me, man.
All right. See you in 5 minutes.
Cool.
All right, well, I'm back, so just waiting on Ronnie now. Uh, how's everybody enjoying the stream so far? Okay, looks like we're still waiting on Ronnie. So, um, but yeah, it's been a very interesting talk so far. I will say that when we were talking earlier about the transgender subject, about how like it's being kind of enforced as a narrative, I definitely see that as me being a kind of an, I guess you would call an intersex male. As I when I went to, oh, it sounds like Ronnie's back on.
Yeah, I just popped back, but I heard you were in the middle of something. Feel free to continue that.
Yeah, I was just telling the audience that we were talking about the transgender agenda earlier, about how yeah, it is prevalent, because when I went to go see the endocrinologist about what intersex condition that I might have, and she automatically just wanted to start me on HRT, or like hormonal replacement therapy, without even actually talking to me or getting to know me. So it's definitely there. It's definitely prevalent. So
Yeah,
um,
I
yeah. So
think
it's
I was just gonna say, I
go
think
ahead.
there's a lot of people who are gay men in their 30s or 40s, a lot of even straight men who, if they were to grow up now, they would be diagnosed as transgender, or they would have the hormone therapy pushed on them. There's a lot of
And
confusion,
actually,
and
yeah,
yeah.
and I actually, that's kind of segues into the next topic that I wanted to discuss, because um I'm pretty sure you might be aware that there are some Middle Eastern countries that actually use transsexual surgeries and on gay men as a quote unquote treatment for homosexuality. And I have known conservatives in the past, before the whole transgender movement became a thing, that transsexuality was considered less weird than homosexuality, and they thought that that was, some conservatives, not all, but some conservatives thought that that would be like the solution excuse me, the solution to homosexuality. So I was wondering what your thoughts on that is, in terms of why some conservatives and some religiously conservative people think that way, and do you think that there's any truth to that, or what?
I think it's an interesting idea. I'm naturally fascinated by ideas that are outside of the box or controversial. And I think what they're trying to address is preserving that special union between a man and a woman. The aesthetics, it does honestly play a huge part. And it always sucks when people downplay the importance of aesthetics. It's literally an entire branch of philosophy. Art and beauty is a quintessential part of what it is to be a human. So I think maybe what these people are doing is seeing a very feminine man who wants to be with another man, and the solution will be make him a woman, so that way he can enjoy a proper relationship. Blah blah blah. I don't really, I don't think that's the solution, because turning men into women is not something that I am in support of. For the cases that are true anomalies, like hermaphrodites or people with chromosome issues or whatever, I think that probably is the right solution. I think that would probably be best for everybody, right? So yeah, I
Mm.
guess that's my thoughts on that.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't fully agree with what you're saying, but I see where you're coming from, and I can definitely sympathize with that viewpoint. And it is interesting, especially now that we've gotten so far down the transgender agenda that conservatives are like it seems to be more favored towards homosexuality than what they do transgenderism, and I think that definitely kind of probably comes down to the attack on children right now, where they are focusing on getting children into the transgender ideology, um, and that does present a problem. But yeah, it is interesting to see how these viewpoints come about and how people want to approach these topics and how other countries have approached these topics. And I wonder if what the solution might be. I have heard like some people, like when I tell them about my condition, some people tell me that I should transition. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. But I do know that I do tend, when I am presenting more feminine, I tend to get more male attention than what I do when I'm presenting more masculine. So I think there might be a nugget of truth to what you're saying.
Hmm. See, this is a situation where I think the individual knows, but that doesn't mean that we as a society can know, right? So I do believe there are authentically transgender people, and then there is a significant portion of transgender who aren't authentically transgender, and it's extremely hard to decipher who is and who isn't, and what we should do with that. Like I don't believe a butch looking dude who's been in the military and is jacked is a true transgender, where somebody who's born with these hormonal imbalances literally looks like a female, has a very hard time even being a man. um if they truly feel like a woman, and they have a biochemistry which is conducive to that, I mean, who am I to sit there and say you got to be a man? So the unfortunate thing is when you see something happening on a huge level, right? Like I think it's now like 50% of students in America, or like 45, identify as some sort of LGBTQ thing. Like this is a growing phenomenon, which society is obviously in support of, right? Like they're growing this thing. So there are going to be many men out there who become gay who otherwise would be straight. There are many men out there who are going to become transgender when really they don't have any problem with their biochemistry. They're just simply a weak man who is cracked under the pressure of being a man for so many years. That's the I mean, that's the only reason why I could explain how some of these men just decide to become women. They're like, okay, it's hard to be a man. There's advantages to being a woman. Bam, I'm going to do it. So to be very honest with you, I do think there are authentic cases, but there's just no way that there are these many authentic cases. Like, what is the left or the progressives trying to tell me, that back in the medieval days there was just as many transgender people, they just never had a society which would have been supportive of it? Are they really trying to say 50% of men or 50% of people are gay? We just never had a society that supports it? That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more nuance to that, because like in the medieval era, they did have a concept of androgyny. Like was some people in modern day would call a third sex or third gender. So there is some nuance to that, but yeah, I would say that the problem comes down to a lack of accountability. Like there's no proper gatekeeping in terms of this issue, and if you try to excuse me, they try to present a solid argument against their philosophy, they will just call you transphobic, or their more recent terms, a trans medicalist, because they say that, oh, not everybody can or has the ability to transition, so you just have to believe them. And that is such a disingenuous argument, because for one thing, if there's a will, there's a way. There's all these organizations to help people transition nowadays, that there's really no excuse that somebody couldn't be able to find the funds to transition in the first place. And another thing is that most people that tend to not be able to medically transition because of health related reasons, like 90% of the time are people that are are somewhere on the intersex spectrum. They do tend to either have low testosterone or high estrogen or something like that, where they literally pass as the opposite sex already. So it literally just comes down to if they want to have surgery or not, and just presenting as such, um, because they do pass away, because they basically are like a third sex or a third gender, and they're able to pass as either or depending on their biology. And so when leftists try to argue that sex or gender is a social construct, they're being disingenuous at best, because they're trying to make an argument that anybody, you can identify however you wish. And I argue that that is even more dangerous to actual transgender people than say these bathroom legislations going on, because and in my opinion, I don't really agree with those, because there is some nuance to that, and we can discuss that here in a bit. But there is a lot of problems in terms of these there's no gatekeeping, so they're allowing people to identify however they wish without having to do much of anything. Like you could literally have somebody that is a man that presents masculine, does absolutely nothing, not they don't even have to put on a wig or lipstick. They can just say, oh, I identify as a woman today, and they can enter a woman's restroom. Or a woman can say, oh, I feel non-binary, and she could have her top surgery, and you know, there's absolutely nothing psychologically or physically there to say, biologically there to say that she is transgender. It's just there's this trend, and there's a lack of accountability within the activist side of the transgender movement.
Right, right. Well, there's a problem with drawing the line. Where do we draw it, right? Like if
Mhm.
let's say you it's determined that you just have an X and Y chromosome, but you do have an abnormal hormonal level. There is something a little out of whack with your biochemistry. So you may then say, okay, well that's justification, or not justification, but like you would be a valid transgender if you were to go ahead with surgery. But then I think you would say, whoever that Thomas person was that just won the swimming competition for women's in the U.S. I think you would say that's an invalid transgender, or would you say no, that is a valid transgender? So I'm curious. First, do you consider that person or any famous transgender to be like authentic, and you respect their position?
Um, hey, excuse me one second.
The chat
All
is in
right.
suspense, waiting an
Sorry.
answer.
I'm sorry.
I just said the chat is in suspense,
Oh,
waiting for
sorry.
the.
I had to get a sip of water because my throat was drying out. Um, but I don't know enough of that of Thomas to know if that person is authentically transgender or not. I don't really know enough of the situation, but I will say this. Um, I
Well, I can take any.
I will say this. It will not shock me to uh, to have a realization that somebody might be transitioning for clout, or transitioning for a need to compete. So if there are people that if there are biological men that think they would have more success as a transgender woman athlete and get into women's sports,
Well, let's.
I won't be shocked if that's the case. And if that's the case, then I would not consider that person a valid trans person.
Right, but the majority of trans people don't get into sports. Like the bathroom and the sports thing, I definitely care about. But to be completely honest, it's just the transgender thing in general, right? Like we have transgender generals, Caitlyn Jenner. So like specifically, like, do you think Bruce/Caitlyn Jenner is an authentic transgender, or do you think this is a person who is just doing it for inauthentic reasons?
In my personal opinion, I think Caitlyn is not being authentic, possibly doing it for clout. But like I said, I'm not the person, so I can't really
Right.
say
Okay.
that at 100%. But I can honestly see that Caitlyn doing something for um, some kind of attention. I mean, this is a person that was really big in the 1970s. They were like the talk of the town at that time, and then now like uh, and now the people that uh,
I totally
like
hear what you're saying, but like obviously, Caitlyn Jenner would say to you, like, "Do you really think I need to become a woman to gain attention? Do you think I would just be faking this? Like, I literally have boobs. I've done the whole thing. I'm clearly Caitlyn Jenner now. I'm not just doing this for attention." You'd have literally no grounds to stand on. You'd only be able to say, "Well, I just think based on how you look and act and your life history, I just think you're kind of lying to us." And so there's a problem here, White Lion, like with saying, okay, some people are authentically trans and other people aren't. Like, do we give them all tests to kind of like determine this? If they pass the test or if they fail the test, do they get stripped of their identity? So like you could be sitting there saying like, hey, I'm authentically a woman, like based on my biochemistry, and then somebody could come along and say, well, no, I actually have two genitals. You're not an authentic whatever, or I have an extra chromosome. You just be reliant on the hormonal level. But like there are jacked guys even in the UFC like Chael Sonnen who had low testosterone, who had to have hormone kind of like therapy or whatever. So we've never been able to just isolate hormones and say, okay, yeah, somebody has low T, they're gay. No, there are tons of gay men with high levels of testosterone.
yeah, I get what you're saying, and yeah, and there's definitely some nuance within that.
Authentic, who's
Um,
inauthentic.
yeah, and what I would say in terms of that, for one thing, we had to take it as a case by case basis. To be honest, to be quite honest, it really does come down to that.
Only the person would
Um,
know. You or
yeah, and it's and but in the case that you like, as you were talking about in terms of Caitlyn Jenner, I would point to Pete Burns. That's somebody that did exactly just that. That did had the surgeries. That did, did everything to make himself appear as a woman. But he never once like called himself a trans woman. Never once said that he this or that. He said that he's a man. Sometimes he would like more direct it towards more sexuality. Sometimes he would say he was gay. Sometimes he would say he was bisexual. But he went through all those surgeries just to look like a woman, but never once identified as a woman. So I would give that as like somebody that had a psychological issue and went into those surgeries for attention.
Yeah, and I think we both agree that there are certainly people who do it for I just I put the label inauthentic reasons on it. Um, but the problem that we have, White Lion, is like how you're my friend and I know you,
Uh-huh.
so maybe I'm more inclined to say no. Here, he's or he or she is truly authentically transgender, but I'm still against the trans community because Blair White, she's really lying, and all these other transgender, they're really lying. But my friend, and then that's just the same problem as like I have a black friend, so I can't be a white nationalist. I have a trans friend, so I can't be against the transgender movement. And I've never been one to succumb to that. Like I think you're a good person like regardless, and I value, and I'm not saying this in a cringe gay fucking way. You being in the pro white movement is amazing, it's awesome. But I don't know how I can reconcile supporting you and not just supporting everybody, because I'm not in everybody's body, I'm not in their mind. So if I'm going to use that argument for you and say, hey, I'm not in White Lion's mind, only he knows, well then I'm going to have to apply that to everybody. So I just kind of step away from it and give that black and white response that like I'm against transgenderism. I think if you're a man and you're born with that name. That's how you see, like, you should man up and be a man. But then at the same time, I'm totally acknowledging that there are people who are authentically not men. And it's just very hard for me to reconcile that and determine, okay, who gets this special privilege and who doesn't. And it's a slippery slope, I guess.
I think what I would suggest is that you take it as a case by case basis and understand the person, their background and their biology and their psychology more so than their politics. So if somebody does legitimately have a gender related problem, like they have hormonal issues, that they are intersex, or they are truly suffering from gender dysphoria, that they be able to seek treatment. And if that treatment happens to be that they have to pick the gender they feel more comfortable in, then so be it. But I think the problem is the politics behind it. There's a lot of people that try to make it their sole identity, and then try to say that everybody has to be that way. Everybody has to agree with with their broad uh, idea of gender. So if you have somebody that is intersex, or somebody that is uh, transgender, and they're just like, hey, you know, like in terms of an intersex person, hey, I exist. This is how I am biologically. Or if somebody is transgender, it's like, hey, I have gender dysphoria. I really need to have this resolved. And then they should be able to have that recognized or treated. They don't need to have a whole um, political movement behind it. But you do have these people that making it to turn into an ideology. And I would argue that in some cases it is the left that is co-opting their movement to push their agenda further, with the whole concept. Basically, they're pushing neo-Marxism. To be quite honest with you, they want to push equity. They want to push that there's no such things as difference between male and female and white, and between the different races. So that you have to keep in mind. And another thing too, you do have people on the right that take it too far, that want to deny that intersex people exist, that want to have such a rigid concept of male and female, to the point where they will pass these bathroom legislation and get super invasive to the point that they want to check people's genitalia before they enter the bathroom. And that's incredibly invasive. And that's even, I would argue, even half the time, that can be even more invasive or worse than what some of the left people are asking for in terms of bathrooms. Um, but and then you get people that like that they're naturally male or naturally female, but they're more like, they're female but they look more masculine, or they're male and they look more feminine, and they're barred from being able to enter their biological restroom because simply based on their appearance. So it's that double-edged sword that you have to struggle with. So if it's like, as long as you're like not like putting yourself into this hard category that you have to be either a staunch leftist or a staunch conservative, I think we can find a common ground and find a solution to these problems, because clearly the right doesn't have an issue, have a solution to this issue. They just want to cause more problems, and clearly the left doesn't want to solve these issues. They just want to make more problems, and they just want to constantly just battle each other out on those terms. And you see increased polarization to this false dichotomy, where it's like you either have no nuance and believe that nobody could be intersex and nobody could have genuine transgender issues, or that you had to take it so far left that gender is just a social construct and everybody should be allowed to use whatever restroom that they say they want to use.
Yeah, the restroom thing, I think, is mostly just a political tool, right?
Yeah,
it's
I
we're
was definitely.
ugly
Uh-huh.
side of it. Things can go bad, where you could have, molestation, harassment, etc. And then on the other side, it's all about respecting who they are and feeling comfortable in a washroom, right? Like for a man who's dressed up as a woman to go into a men's washroom, I think is equally as uncomfortable as for them to go into a woman's washroom, right? Like I again, if we could make trans washrooms available at every public place, that would be great. But I mean, just creating that infrastructure or whatever is that's a lot of taxpayer dollars just going towards tranny bathrooms, right? So the bathroom thing, I don't have a solution for. But to be honest, it's not really what I care about. But I understand everything you're saying, and I totally hear you on that and agree with you. I think pretty much entirely. But what I'm focused on, or what my main issue is how do we determine and how do we, as parents or friends, support somebody's decision? So let's say, for instance, we go with the argument that hormonal levels could facilitate or could be caused, it could be justification for somebody transitioning, because
Uh-huh.
I'm aware of the fact that there are many Asian men who have very low levels of testosterone in comparison to non-Asians. There are many effeminate men, artists. We could look at a lot of rock bands, a lot of punk bands. These are very low testosterone types of whiny men. They're very much into women. So I don't think we can use the argument that hormonal levels can be justification for why, say for instance, my child should transition. Like if my child says, "Daddy, I feel like I want to be a girl. Daddy, I feel this," and then we test him out and he has low testosterone, low whatever, there's going to be nothing in me that will ever be in support of him becoming a female unless he literally has a vagina or an extra chromosome. Like that's where I draw the line. If you don't have the extra genital or the extra chromosome, we're now just in this gray area of hormonal levels, and I will forever encourage and push my son to be a man and not to just become a female. And I guess the last little thing I'll say on that is I don't know. Is there any evidence that shows that men are more likely to transition to women than women are to men? Because that would actually affect some of my theories. So if anybody in the chat or you yourself, White Lion, if you know any evidence or stats based on that, are men or women more likely to transition? I personally think men are more likely, but I could be wrong, and that would affect some of my theory.
I honestly, I actually don't have any any statistics on that. But I would say that I have encountered more transgender men than what I have, meaning that women that have transitioned to men than I have men that have transitioned to women. And
Interesting.
honestly, I honestly, when it comes to that, there's actually more people that are willing to cross dress or identify as femme than what they would as a trans woman. So there seems to be like this. Where it's more likely, from my perspective, this is not a statistic, but just from my perspective, that women are more seem to be more predisposed to transitioning um, to being a man than what a man would to a woman. Most men prefer to either cross dress or present feminine, but still identify as man, as a male.
Very interesting. Very
Uh-huh.
interesting. Because part of my theory is reliant on there being more societal pressure to be a male and to be a dominant force than to be a passive or submissive or being force. So therefore, it's more likely that men would want to transition to females if it's simply a choice or a result of society. But if we're seeing females wanting to transition to men at a higher rate, despite the fact that women have the advantage, society is largely geared towards feminism and women's desires. That would be more in support of a biological cause. So I would take that evidence to be quite significant.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic to discuss on terms of um, like why. this does happen, and how does it affect the different sexes, and
Yeah, like
um,
I think sorry, I was just gonna say, I think I could sum up like the issue really clearly. We don't want to live in a society in which straight people are influenced to become transgender, but we also don't want to live in a society where legitimately, biologically, let's say messed up people are forbidden to become the sex that actually best suits them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying too, and to honestly to kind of get more into that, why, in my opinion, why I think it's harder to just say, oh, you can't do it for hormonal reasons, because you do have like three major times in your throughout your life where you have major changes in your hormone levels. One is during development in the womb, and that could cause a genuine transgender or intersex conditioning on a hormonal level, and that might not even make itself apparent until until the individual is well into adulthood. um and but you will see signs, though. You'll see like they didn't fully develop. Either they look extremely young and androgynous, or they look like the opposite sex. And then also it could also hit during puberty. There's times in puberty where either they don't go through the proper puberty that they were supposed to have, or the puberty didn't finish well into adulthood, and they still look fairly young, or they look androgynous. And that's another thing to can affect. So that's why you do have to take hormones into account, because you do have those hormones that are raging throughout their body throughout those two instances, and the third being, when you're transitioning into your senior years, and that's kind of an outlier. Um but yeah, there's the hormones can have an effect on both your mind and body. So that's why you do have to kind of extend that to hormone levels. But I will say, though, that sometimes the treatment is just correcting the hormones, but sometimes the treatments is allowing people to transition. It all depends on the individual. But that being said, I don't think it should be come down to like a particularly normal, healthy person that seems to know who they are and what to be. They usually tend to just fall into the camp of wanting to be the healthiest male or the healthiest female that they can be. And that's when they usually seek hormonal treatments to uh, align themselves better, fit their biological uh, sex. While with some, the hormones have been raging so much that there's no way, or they have a biological condition where there's no way they could even biologically um, be become what their genitals are. Like there's a condition where a male is immune to androgens in his body and will look exactly like a female when they grow up. And that's entirely hormonal.
Yeah, I can see that, but I mean there are just so many feminine men out there who are straight. I can give an example even of a dissident right figure. The distributist. He talks very
Mhm.
much like this. He's kind of like a gay nerdy sounding, and he almost has a lisp in his voice. Yet he's married and he has kids. I've met. I did a job for a guy recently, and he sounded very feminine. I thought for sure this was a gay man that I was talking to, but no, I met his wife and his kids, and he all of his mannerisms were extremely feminine. He was very soft. He didn't have strong muscle mass. I think he would literally pass whatever criteria could be set for, this hormonal difference, but yet he's a straight man because he didn't have the psychological or environmental issues that would lead to somebody wanting to be transitioning. So I really feel that like when we isolate all the variables, the two key variables are psychological and environmental. They're not hormonal, they're not biological. It's only in extreme cases when they actually become biological, and that's when we have hermaphrodites or people with different chromosomes. But if I can point to people with all the various different hormonal conditions that you could talk about, and they're still straight, you can't possibly use that as a reason for why they are an authentic trans person. So,
Right.
um, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's interesting, and it reminds me of this one topic. Um, so you know how we were talking about earlier that most great apes are not monogamous. They tend to be either they tend to hold a harem or they tend to be polyamorous. Um, well, lesser apes, gibbons and siamings, are more distant ape relatives. They are true monogamous, and they have very little sexual dimorphism. They're, for the most part, androgynous. The only difference is that the males have a larger throat pouch and when they howl. Uh, and but it is extremely hard to distinguish from male to female. And if you have a society that for a few thousand years uh, forcing people into monogamous relationships, I can imagine that you'll start to see populations, like you start to see small pocket populations or a few individuals where they would start to take on, like the males will start to take on more feminine qualities because they are in a monogamous society.
Hmm. Yeah, I think we can make arguments that we're closer to chimps, we're closer to bonobos in certain cases when it fits our narrative or whatever. So are you saying that monogamy is more conducive to homosexuality or less?
So I would say monogamy would probably cause uh, homosexuality to be more prevalent and would also.
Oh, the audio just cut out. I can't hear you.
And that's just what we're able to observe in the natural world.
Sorry, your audio cut out and then it came back. And that's just what we're able to observe in the natural world.
Oh,
But
I'm
what was
sorry.
that?
I'm sorry. What did I start off with?
I asked you whether or not homosexuality is more likely
Okay, yeah. So what
right,
I said.
monogamy.
So I said, yeah, I would say, yeah, monogamy probably would cause an increase of homosexuality, and it would cause the feminization of men.
Perhaps. I mean, I don't want to say definitively yes or no. I think it's an interesting thing to postulate, but I mean, I'm in support of monogamy largely. I think, if people want to spice up their relationships, like I'm not like a suit and tie kind of conservative. I'm not a go to church on Sunday type of conservative. I understand that, people have their vices and people have their desires. So I mean, if a couple out there, ventures in some swingy things every now and then, okay, that's fine. But if they are in multiple relationships, they don't have like an actual husband, they don't actually have a family. It's just, fuck whoever you want, and anybody can be my lover for the night. I think that's degenerate. But I'm not going to judge a couple who likes to have fun every now and then with another couple. I think that's fine. So I think monogamy is good. I think that preserving the family unit, not just having children being raised by the village, but having that structured home and support from the community is important. But I'm open to the possibility that, yeah, strict or um, uh, monogamy in general can cause homosexual behavior. I don't know. I don't think so, but it's an interesting thought.
Yeah, and that's just as one theory in regards to the observation of um, lesser apes, and of course they would be exceptions to rules. Like there are bird populations too that could probably argue the opposite. So it depends, but when it comes down to that, it really depends on what which males breed and which males don't. And monogamy encourages most men to breed. So the more effeminate men that breed, the more likely you're going to have more effeminate men in the future. So they'll start to become, you'll start to lose masculinity if you have every single man pairing off and breeding.
You'll lose masculinity if you have every man pairing off and breeding. Yes, I do agree with that. From like an evolutionary standpoint, we're better off not having every man pass on his genes. We're better off having the alphas reproduce with a lot of females so that we get the best genes out there. But the problem is how do you preserve both opposing ideologies or both opposing ways of life that are seemingly beneficial to human advancement? We know that the family unit is extraordinarily beneficial towards human success, but we also know that the spreading of the most powerful, best suited genes is what's conducive to creating an awesome society. So typically, what we would want to have happening is for alpha men to be cheating on their wives and spreading their genes with other women. And if the theory holds true that genes are more important than environment, it wouldn't even matter if your child grows up in a less than ideal home. As long as he has your genes, there's a really good chance he's going to grow up to be awesome. So this is kind of like the Viking mentality, you know. It's just like, I'm going to spread my seed as much as I can, and my wife's probably going to be okay with it because she gets that this is how alpha men are. But then you have the beta men who are just happy enough to have a wife and their little farm, and they're not really even desirable enough to go out there and get all these females. So we did kind of have a structure back in like this warrior type of society in Europe, where I do feel whether you were a king or high up in the church or a warrior, you had this opportunity to essentially cheat on your wife and spread your seed. I'm not trying to justify any of this morally or anything. I'm just saying that, like, ideally, this would be the best way to advance human society, is to preserve the family unit, but also have a way for the alphas to have more than just 5 children, like literally have like 20 or whatever. So I agree with you on that. But again, I don't think monogamy is the enemy here or
Oh,
the
I'm
issue.
not suggesting that monogamy is an enemy. I'm saying that, like, if you want to live in a true monogamous society, and that's fine, you know, do what you want in that sense. If you want to have a society that's structured like that, but I think you also need to understand the consequences that come with it.
You think homosexuality is a natural consequence?
Possibly, I do think that homosexuality would be the natural consequence, as well as the feminization of men. You would start to get where both of the sexes start to look very ambiguous. It'll be very hard to tell the difference between a male and a female in the future.
But what we're seeing is the complete opposite. I do argue that women are better looking today than what they were in like the 60s and 70s and
Yeah, but they
50s.
also have makeup these today. You know, a
No,
lot better makeup
that's
today.
literally the way their bodies look. Like, yeah, women were on average thinner. Like, okay, let me backtrack. Uh, the average person today is overweight, and there's a lot of problems here. So maybe if we just go with like a general picture of like a beach in 1950 compared to a beach now, yeah, maybe in 1950s they overall look like a little thinner. But in terms of like the most beautiful women in the world today, the most beautiful men in the world today, if we compare like the most gorgeous women of the 1940s to the 1960s compared to now, they just didn't have the same muscle mass. They didn't have the same tone. They were just like frail or like a little pudgy. And I think all men kind of agree, like a little bit of tone with mixed with some nice curves um, is ideal. So even someone like, Marilyn Monroe or whatever is a little bit more recent. I still don't think they're up to par with like the hottest women of today. And when we look at the male physique, I mean, look at any pictures of what like a US Army or soldier looked like, or a German soldier or a Russian. Like, these were all thin, like narrow shoulder, very little muscle mass. You fast forward to like the 1970s, and now we get like this like Vietnam, like square jaw, like what we consider to be a modern soldier. But like back in the 1800s and the 1900s, soldiers were actually like small, thin. Like I challenge anybody to like present a picture of a group, like a squad or a group of soldiers in black and white footage, where you're like, oh yeah, there's a jack soldier. take a picture of today's military, I mean, every guy is literally like a fucking, you know, bodybuilder type physique. I'm exaggerating, but like they're all in extreme shape. So yeah, I do think it's a fallacy. It's a myth to suggest that like we're not as good looking or we're less fit than what we were. It's we're just more
Oh no,
obese.
and I'm not arguing that that's the case. I'm just saying that you'll start to see less and less sexual dimorphism. That's all I'm saying. You'll
Oh,
start
the
to see
women.
a lot. You'll start to see a lot more. So basically, what I'm saying is like right now we would be in a transitional time. So right now you'll still see a lot of very alpha looking men, but then they also start to see
I could scale it
more.
back though. Like even when you see paintings of like women in medieval times, their face compared to the men, there is less dimorphism then than what there is now. Men and women looked way more similar in terms of their face, like even like the Mona Lisa and things like that. Like
Yeah,
just
but keep in mind too that monogamy was much stricter in some of those societies at the time than what it is now. And keep in mind that this is supposed to be like a more long-term evolutionary path. It's not like something that you're going to see in the next generation or the generation after that. It's something that you'll see like probably like several thousand years from now where you'll start to see it where almost every single individual is going to be looking like you're going to have a hard time seeing the difference between
I
males and
disagree.
females.
The,
And,
here's why, like, although we did have the pressures, like what you're talking about, and like the strict monogamy, the main reason for why men and women continue to look more increasingly different, at least in terms of like white Europeans, is because we have the luxury over time to select for beauty over other necessities. So if you had say back in like caveman days, you're basically just going to be attracted to wide hips, a big woman. The look of her face really isn't going to be that important. It's going to be these other features. Then you get to like the medieval times, and like, yeah, now you're starting to worry about like, okay, I can afford to care about just how beautiful her face is because we've kind of tamed nature a little bit. Now in present times, you have NBA players selecting for the smallest, tiniest, prettiest little bodies, and so we see women continuously getting selected more for their looks, men getting more selected for their looks, and less for how much money, power, and security they have, because we have the luxury as time increases to be able to choose looks over other things that would be more beneficial to our survival. So I think as we move into the future, women are only going to be able to select for beauty even more. Men are going to be able to select for beauty even more than what they do now. So it's really intelligence and survival capability that's going to be lost in terms of evolutionary advancement, but not beauty.
I mean, yeah, if you want to make that argument, that would get into more like artificial selection, because nowadays we're able to have a lot more women survive childbirth. Back in that time, like even just a little over 100 years ago, it was
My
more
hips were
common for women to not survive childbirth. So now we're able to, we're able to have successful C-sections, so we can select for those traits that would not have been advantageous back in the day. So
absolutely.
yeah, and that would create an artificial environment to where that would possibly break what would be that would have put us on a more androgynous path.
Absolutely. And as well, like being thin wasn't seen as attractive in more primitive tribes because it was a sign that this woman may die.
Yeah,
She's not capable.
it was considered malnourished. Like you look like you were malnourished, and so then they would.
It's like that's a sign that holy shit, like you got more than enough. So like in African tribes, we know that big women were highly coveted. And with men, you now even have to have a bigger man to attract the bigger woman. So yeah, there's all sorts of ways where we can create sexual dimorphism. It's not just uh, about monogamy, or I don't think that's really the key issue here. Are you pro or anti monogamy in general? Just interested in where that
Um, I so this is the thing. I'm not anti-monogamy, but I am like I don't support a society that forces a monogamy on everybody. So I think ideally, what would be best to do is like if your philosophy is more polymorphs, then people should be able to create societies that reflect their values in that area. And people that feel like they're more inclined to be monogamous, they should be allowed to have their societies, and we shouldn't be forcing each other to live how they cannot like naturally behave.
Yeah, but it's hard for me, like, yeah, I guess there's state laws that forbid people from having from being married to multiple people, but I
Mhm.
mean, for the most part, there's nothing that prevents people from enjoying multiple partners.
Well, it has been ingrained in at least in the United States that monogamy is
Ingrained and pierced aren't the same.
yeah, see, but legally too, because you do know like how Utah became a state, right?
Oh, I didn't know that it was based off of monogamy laws or.
Yeah, yeah, it was. They told them that they had to make polygamy illegal, and that the only legal marriage should be monogamous heterosexual marriages. And that's the only way that they were allowed to become a state of the United States. So yeah, so there has been legal cases like that it is ingrained into our culture, not just culturally but also legally. And uh and that's how they kind of standardize it. It's not, it was kind of like there's no federal law that says that marriage is monogamous, at least right now. Back in the like 90s you could argue that it was, but there was no actual federal law that really defined marriage as monogamous. It was more of a that was cultural, and the only state that really was where that was actually enforced at at the legal level was Utah.
Interesting.
So yeah, and it just becomes so it's where it's been mostly cultural, but it has been a little bit legal. And now since gay marriage has been legalized, now you're starting to see where people are starting to become more open minded to polyamorous relationships. And I would argue polyamorous relationships, polyamorous marriages are probably more natural and more beneficial than homosexual marriages.
I I disagree with that. It gets too messy when you have children involved in the family. Like,
See,
yeah,
that's another thing that goes into the cultural. Then you have people say, "Oh, you can't raise kids." Then you have, because there have been court cases where they're like, um, a man and woman would divorce, and a man ends up with like, oh, he's in a relationship with two women and a man, or two men and a woman, or three women, or four women, or what have you. And then they make the case where, oh, this family is not stable, so then the custody, full custody is given to the mother. And then we put ourselves into um, a situation where the state is basically become a nanny state, funding single mothers.
yeah, that happens. But I'm just focused on the polygamy versus monogamy. Um, I think it's an interesting conversation to have. I think more people should be willing to have the conversation because pre-Christianity, Europeans were pretty polygamous. We know based on how their homes were structured that they had multiple families living essentially in one big open room. And so obviously, people were having sex in front of each other. Same thing in Viking culture. It's actually depicted pretty accurately in the show Vikings. Just the mother and father having sex in front of the kids, just like animals do. It wasn't something that was really they were sheltered from. And people seem to be a lot healthier back then. And now we live in a society where kids don't even get to see boobs until a certain age. And then they're like, oh my God, boobies. And we see a naked woman and all of our senses go off because we're not used to it. So, yeah, I do instinctually feel that we need to be more sexualized in the healthy ways, not porn and not through visual stimulation from a screen, but from direct exposure to healthy forms of sex. And that like, we're now living in an age where men are virgins until their 30s. We're having less sex than we ever had, yet the media and the culture is more sexualized than ever. So it's this like perverse form of sexuality where everything on the surface level is about sex, but then when we go deeper, people aren't actually having good, enjoyable, intimate sex. And yeah, part of me does feel like if we lived in a more free, sexually, I hate to use the word liberal society, um, we might be better off. So uh, just to kind of sum that up, I do think when it comes to sexuality, I'm much of a centrist. I'm not so, again, suit and tie conservative, like I am with other social issues.
Mhm. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and what I would argue is that the problem is there's people that tend to fall on the right that are very much more prudish. They would be they would want to view sex and sexuality as purely between just a man and a woman, and you can't know of anything of sex until until the night until like your honeymoon. Like
Yeah.
that's it. And it's like they have no idea what they're supposed to be doing or anything like
I
that.
don't realize that
And,
clearly.
but then on the other hand, and you have the people on the left there. Basically, they're hedonistic.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if you notice it, as you keep giving an example of the comparison of homosexuality to an obese person, I think that tends to be this is where most people have a hard time understanding the complexities of human sexuality versus hedonism, and they try and tend to conflate every issue. They see that, hey, hedonism is the problem, but then they'll just say, oh, but this is morally wrong and this is something gross and whatnot, without actually looking at it with more nuance and coming to the conclusion that actually the problem is not because somebody enjoys food sometimes that a little bit more often, or somebody that enjoys engaging in homosexual sex. The problem is the glorification of overindulgence, the hedonistic lifestyle. Like, it's okay to be obese. It's okay to be having sex with multiple partners without any um, kind of self control. So, and you'll see that that's what the left is doing, is normalizing hedonism. They latch themselves onto the LGBT uh,
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
yeah, they'll latch onto that, and then they'll say, oh yeah, okay, open sex, like love who you love, and they start to like want to normalize things like pedophilia. Then you'll see, like we're seeing this right now. They're telling people that if you are criticizing obesity and being concerned about people's health through their weight, they call you fat phobic, and you're having that being presented in the media. They're like saying, they're like trying to shame you because you're concerned about somebody being obese. So they're objectively pushing hedonism.
I totally agree. Yes, and the thing with hedonistic tendencies and dark temptations is that they do provide, or it does provide, a sense of pleasure, a sense of enjoyment, right? Like I don't deny that heroin doesn't feel good. I bet it feels amazing, but I don't want to do heroin because I know there are certain repercussions. I know theoretically I could take small doses of heroin every couple of years and there would be no side effects. Doesn't change the fact that heroin is wrong. And the devil, I'm not religious, but I use this just as a form of wisdom. It just as, whatever. I think the devil has cleverly packaged very destructive things with a pleasurable counterpart. When you're angry, I don't, I've felt such anger before. It feels good. The power, the dominance, the rage. It's like it's empowering. But at the end of the day, being angry is a damaging thing. Feeling sad for yourself, the self pity, the attention you can garner when you feel sorry for yourself, you alleviate sense of responsibility. These are things that are good, but it's all self-destructive. So I feel with homosexuality, I don't deny that two men can get each other off. I don't deny that people can get together and have awesome sexual orgies and all these great things, but what are the consequences? What are you giving up in the long run, and is it worth it? And to sacrifice the wholesomeness of a family, to sacrifice the wholesomeness of like, it's been me and you, baby, for 40 years. Here we are married to each other. You fit perfectly into my arms. I'm your protector. You're my nurturer. And that's just so beautiful. But like picturing a 70 and a 60-year-old man cuddling up on a bed, I mean, it's actually just sad, man. It's just sad. Like at that point, the whole sexual thing is gone. You're just two old people. And like, I feel like the sexual component is such a huge part of what brings homosexuals together. Because at the end of the day, that is what they decide to, them wanting a butt or a dick is the thing that made them gay, right? Like, I don't care. Women can be sensitive, men can be sensitive. At the end of the day, you want this physical thing that's different. But once you become old and that's gone, you're just two old, sad men together. But I feel like when it's an old man and woman, because the emotional bond, because the spiritual bond, because of everything else that's involved, to picture an old woman and an old man together in a bed, like, even though there's nothing sexual about it that's hot, it's still beautiful. So with polygamy and homosexual activities, we have this natural repulsion towards it in comparison to a more wholesome act. Nobody's repulsed by an old married couple lying in their bed together. Nobody's repulsed by the sight of kids opening presents on Christmas Day. But people are repulsed by the sight of, like, three men training each other, and the smells that would come with it, the excrements that would come with it, the body odors, all of that stuff. Like, it's just really gross, man. But when you juxtapose it with the wholesome counterpart, nobody's grossed out by it. So that's how you can tell morality. Like, if one society is cannibals and killing themselves and whatever, and all the other societies aren't doing that, well, what's the odd one out? I hate to like defer to popularity and defer to like the mainstream, but if everybody can agree that this one thing is good, but then so many people are just naturally repulsed by the other, I think it's a good indication that the one is superior. So because polygamists aren't repulsed by the sight of kids opening presents on Christmas, they're not repulsed by the sight of a family unit, but people who embrace the family unit are naturally repulsed by the other side. That kind of gives us a better understanding.
Well,
Clear
you
understanding.
should you should never base your morality based on what the masses want. I mean, like you're it's easy to be able to rile up the masses and get them to be for or against. Like back in the day, like you would have found like the majority of people that would have been against homosexuality, but now you'll find out the majority of people are at least okay with with homosexuality being legal. And it's the same thing with like any kind of issue you bring up. Like the majority of people were in favor of going to war after 9/11, even though we saw the repercussion of that and how much that of a terrible idea that was. And so you can't really base your morality based on the majority, and that's actually just your perceived majority, not even statistically speaking. We don't even have the statistics to say that that's actually the case. But and then in the same and by using your analogy, like you said, like, oh, yeah, I could use heroin in moderation, but it's like, heroin, that's just one of the extremes. It still comes from the poppy seed. It's still an opiate, and you can use opiates effectively and safely and beneficially. So to say that, oh yeah, homosexuality should be in comparison to heroin is like, I would argue no, is more comparison to like the poppy seed, where there is a usefulness, there is a reason why it exists. It is, we shouldn't, consider consider it a immoral act just because some people might be repulsed or might be allergic to poppy seeds.
Well, there's two things like you can have an opinion about something political, like that isn't actually a physical reaction, but things like music taste, fashion, these are things that just come from us that we don't really have a choice over. We don't really have the ability in the moment without conditioning to choose. And so I think these natural reactions give us insight to a truth. I think intuition and natural human
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If this is a natural thing, a natural occurrence, should that mean that a child should be allowed to choose what they get to eat? That like, oh, because they enjoy candy the most and they actually find vegetables disgusting, that they should use that innate feeling of disgust to never eat vegetables, never eat healthy, and that they should just embrace the unhealthy foods because they have an inherent joy to feel good, the inherent joy to embrace sweets. So just because you want to embrace this innate feeling of pleasure and disgust does not necessarily mean you could apply a morality or a truth to it.
Well, I kind of addressed the candy thing with the heroin. I don't deny that candy tastes good. I don't deny that heroin feels good. I don't even deny that homosexuals or polygamists derive pleasure from what it is that they're doing. I truly believe that even pedophiles enjoy the twisted acts that they commit. So I'm not saying simply because something can be enjoyed. I'm saying when something is so overwhelmingly um, instinctual to the masses, we can actually
But that
lean.
is your assumption. That's not your. You don't have anything to actually back up.
I'm not saying. Hold on. Like, say for instance, the color black. Universally, all cultures have associated the color black with death, and the color white with basically life. White with purity, black with essentially death and darkness. So I can honestly say this is a natural part of humanity. It's not subjective. You can make the argument that it's subjective, but since literally every
But I'm
culture,
not making the argument that's subjective. There are universal truths, but there is no universal truth that says
mine's
that.
hold on, let me finish.
Uh,
You're not letting me finish. Objectively, black represents death and darkness, but you can easily make the argument that it's subjective. So what I'm saying with homosexuality and polygamy is since it's so like largely unattractive to straight, even if they support it, even if you give me the most like awesome liberal dude who's like, yeah, gay people should get married, he's still going to be grossed out by the very act of them doing it. He won't want to see it. It will actually disgust him, where the gay people won't be disgusted by the act of homosexuality. They're not. They're not repulsed by a man and a woman kissing because they know that it's natural. The reason why we're repulsed by that act is because it's not natural. That's why, like, we can confidently say, like, torture and murder is wrong because 99.9% of the people agree that it's wrong. It's not that that necessarily makes it wrong, but the fact that 99.99% of people agree that killing and torturing someone for no reason other than pleasure is wrong, we can lean on that as a solid argument to show that it is in fact wrong. If we lived in a world where 50% of the people thought murder and torture was good, I mean, you really wouldn't be able to make the argument that it's some sort of instinctual part of human nature to view murder and torture as bad when 50% of people agreed on it. So you can have societal mechanisms which brainwash people into thinking good things are bad, that hedonism is good when in fact it's bad, but that doesn't necessarily make it good. You're just
But you're
attempting.
conflating the entirety of human sexuality to hedonism and saying that everything that's not monogamous and heterosexual is somehow inherently immoral when there is absolutely nothing that suggests otherwise.
There's a
When
level.
you
There's
when you brought up the whole color thing, that is a universal symbolism, and universal symbolism does happen because we are the same species. Yeah, we can separate ourselves into different distinct subspecies and different ethnic groups, and there are things that you can boil down to more subjective than objective. But yes, there are occasions where something would be a universal symbolism, but there is absolutely no culture until you get into more of the Abrahamic religions come into power, where there's concepts of condemning anything that's not straight and monogamous. There's, the vast majority of human society has been, for the most part, bisexual and polyamorous to some degree, or uh, whereas a male, alpha male, was a harem, leaving the beta males to just like having only access to other beta males. So in that sense, that there has never been a universal condemnation of human sexuality, and there is benefits aside from just reproduction. In terms of sexuality, humans are primates. We are a social species, and sex has helped that evolve. That is the reason why human sexuality is so complex and hard to understand, is because we needed sex to in order to socialize and understand each other and be able to communicate before we had language and any kind of abstract thoughts.
Well, I disagree that we needed sex for that. Like, I don't get quite what you mean by that. Like, you're saying we couldn't be social without sex?
Well, sex definitely helps. It doesn't necessarily mean that that was the 100% main cause. But if you look at bonobos, they use sex quite frequently in social in their social statuses, and even chimpanzees too, to a degree, and gorillas. There, there's homosexual acts, which I would argue that they display more bisexual behavior than homosexual behavior. But yeah, that's how primates are. You do tend to find homosexual and bisexual behavior in nature, very prevalent in primates. And to say that there is a moral predisposition towards straight and monogamous relationships, I I fail to see that there's a compelling argument for it. You just keep going and circling back to reproduction all the time and saying how anal is disgusting. And I said time and time again that
I didn't
not everybody is into anal if they're gay, and there are straight people that get into anal. And I've even said it too, is like you don't want everybody to reproduce. And there are straight
Yeah,
people that
but we've not
cannot
overcome
reproduce.
homosexuality to solve that problem. So it's not like I have to be like, yeah, we don't want everybody to reproduce. I guess we got to embrace homosexuality. Like that's
Well, I mean, what do you want the quote unquote beta males to do? Just
I've already
look at porn and masturbate?
no, I've literally already described that. Like back in the medieval times, or if we want to go pre like ancient Celtic times, the dominant alpha males would typically spread their seed to multiple women. Well, the
So
beta
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me ask you this. Um, if you think that homosexuality is so gravely immoral, um, then what would your solution be if you
let
were
me
to
clarify. I think the act of rejecting women as a man, or the act of women rejecting men, is what's immoral. I don't necessarily think it's wrong for a woman to engage in sexual activity with another woman, or from time to time. And I use the food analogy all the time. If you want to have some McDonald's or some ice cream, that's cool. But once you start making that your bread and butter, and you're not eating your vegetables, you're not eating, you're going against what's naturally healthy for you. So all humans have vices. We all need our little thing to spice life up. Throw some extra butter and salt on your fucking potatoes or whatever. But at the end of the day, there's a certain balance that should be preserved. So I don't really have an argument against bisexuality. I have an argument against homosexuality.
But I think then that kind of boils down to an argument where what this is where I brought up before. I said I don't think anybody wants to replace heterosexuality with homosexuality as the norm. I don't think
I don't
that's
really
what,
care if they are. If they are, I don't really feel that like
because that's the only argument where I would find that would be anywhere approaching immorality, is the attempt to normalize homosexuality to the degree that you make it more normal than heterosexuality
well,
and
it's only here.
condemn.
Say,
How?
for instance, I'll explain to you my why I care, and it's not because I think someday there's going to be no heterosexual people. I'm not fighting this like I'm white survival. I literally fear that one day there won't be any white people. But I'm not in this war for heterosexuals. But what I worry about, why this matters to me, why this is an issue, is because I think what if I have a kid? I'm going to have a kid one day, God willing, and he comes to me and says, "Dad, I think I'm gay." Now, I need to have proper ammunition. I need to have proper reasoning for, why he shouldn't be gay, why it is that I have this inclination that it's wrong or whatever. So that this is why I explore the conversation. I think it's totally reasonable that in today's society I could do everything right as a father, and society could essentially overpower me to the point where my son finds it hard to be a boy, finds it hard to fit into this gender role, and so it's just easier to opt out and say I want to be a girl. It's just easier to be a girl. And looking at the evidence, male to female transition is
Okay,
anywhere
I think where you're getting at is
just to finish.
okay.
Male to female transitioning is 2.5 to 5 times more prevalent than female to male. So I was right about that.
Okay. So I think you're conflating homosexuality with the actual concepts that we are fighting, which is the neo-Marxists that are pushing to make everything a social construct. So I get what you're saying. I really do get what you're saying, and I think most people would be terrified to find out if their child is going to go down a direction to where they're not going to reproduce, given any
They're just
particular reason.
marrying another dude.
Now, let me finish. Let me finish. I think there's uh, 1 to 2. There's two solutions to this. For one, yes, I do think that we should be fighting against the quote unquote global homo agenda, which is basically trying to force everybody to kind of convince that everybody is either gay or trans or something like that. And I think that's harmful to both cis straight people. I think that's harmful to intersex people. I think that's harmful to gay people and trans people. I think
How do
that's
you
harmful
find
to everybody. And I think that's something that we should understand, that there's a difference between homosexuality and global homo, and that we should fight against um, that narrative. We should fight against this agenda that's being pushed. But at the same time, if you are concerned that your child could end up being gay, well, the solution is have more children. Make sure that your lineage does get passed on, so that if the off chance that your kid not just might not just be homosexual, but maybe one of your kids might be infertile or have difficulty having children. So
listen,
that's where it would be advantageous
if
to
I
have
have
it.
2 kids and one of them breaks their leg, I'm not just gonna have more kids so I don't feel bad for the kid
Well,
who's
that's totally different though. How are
no,
you
yeah,
going to be
well,
how are you going to be able to treat infertility or the non-desire to have sexual relations
you're
with
missing
another
the point. My
partner?
point is concern for my child's well-being. Just the fact that I can just have another one to pass on my seed would be a selfish concern, but my concern would actually be for my child, because I truly believe homosexual men cannot. They're putting a cap on the type of quality of life they can have. Just like an obese person puts a cap on their life. Just like if somebody becomes addicted to alcohol and they suffer brain
But
damage.
like I said, you're conflating homosexuality with totally
Comparing
different.
these things, and fine, I'll stop comparing them. I truly believe being in it's not just me, being in a relationship in which you can't properly pass on your genes. You have to either get a surrogate mother or adopt. It's not natural, as is not ideal. It's less than being in a hetero. There's no way that a hetero, you could possibly argue, is less than a homo, but there are arguments why a homo relationship is less than. If we get into the whole idea of what constitutes sex in a homosexual relationship, you're left with two things: oral sex and anal sex. So you said, hey, we don't even need to talk about the dangers of anal sex because a lot of couples just have oral sex. Well, I address that. If you're only having oral sex, you're not enjoying sex to its full intimacy. That's just oral sex. It's nowhere near the same as actually entering into another person. I would totally agree that anal sex is far more close to the act of sex than just oral sex. So regardless if the homosexual couple is having anal sex, well, one's got a douche all the time, or he's going to have a really stretched out butthole into his late life, or he's not going to enjoy a life in which he can have proper intercourse. Both situations are less than. So I don't even need to talk about obesity. I don't need to make those comparisons. I can explain directly how the homosexual lifestyle is less than a hetero or a bisexual lifestyle.
But I've already said that heterosexual couples also have anal sex. That this is not something that is unique to the
Yeah,
homosexual
and I
world.
eat McDonald's for good.
And the fact that the fact that you keep going back to the anal argument shows that you're
You gotta
not.
understand that.
Yeah,
Getting pounded in the ass every single time you have sex versus a couple every now and then having anal sex, totally different, bro. And you know that. It's such a bogus argument. Well, hetero
it's not a bogus argument because I can literally say from experience I do not enjoy anal sex.
so then you don't
So
enjoy sex then.
I don't.
You only get to enjoy oral,
But
which sucks.
there is I have said so many times, and you just keep going back to the anal argument, which shows that you really don't have a solid argument on why homosexuality
And
is
I made
immoral,
a
and
ass argument,
you
so
just keep circling back around. And I think for the most part, like we like almost 99% agree, but you still keep wanting to beat this dead
what you
horse of
want to say in the
homosexuality being
market is that
immoral.
homosexuality is perfectly fine, and if people are gay, that's fine. But then you're also saying in the other breath, there's this agenda to make people more gay by normalizing it. You're guilty of
No,
that same.
I'm not saying that they're making
Just
them
because
gay,
you're
but
in a
I'm saying
kid
that
in
they
school and
are.
trying to force a kid to be gay doesn't mean you're still not promoting it and trying to normalize it. What would you say to a 5-year-old who says, "I think I'm gay"? You'd probably say, "Well, I bet you are," and that's good.
No,
Where
I'm
I
not
would
gonna say that. I would say a 5-year-old probably doesn't even understand what sexuality is.
12-year-old says he's gay, you'd probably be like, "Okay, that's fine. Just go with your gayness." Where I would say, "No, you should be."
You know, you're making an assumption as to how I would be as a parent.
If you're not, then why aren't you saying it to all the other gay? Like, how do you pick and choose which gay person you say no, you shouldn't be gay, and which person
I'm not saying I'm just saying that
either bad or is good?
it depends on when they get older. Like their sexuality is not gonna fully blossom until like they're probably in their like 20s or 30s. My whole point is that you shouldn't mistreat your child if they come out as is gay or trans or whatnot. You can hold whatever view you have. You can say that homosexuality is immoral or not, but it depends. You are a good parent if you want to be there to understand and help your child understand themselves. Just because they might be gay does not make them wrong or bad, and doesn't mean you need to treat them. You just need to let it write it out.
People know
The reason why I'd say that there is the global homo kind of thing is because not because they can turn people gay. They really can't turn people gay, and that is the fact that you can turn somebody gay, then you can easily turn somebody straight.
that's
But so then
you think you
my
can't people can't be persuaded or can't be influenced to become gay. You think it's purely biological. You're just born
I
that
think
way.
no, I think that there is environmental factors that can happen, but not social
No,
factors.
social factors can't possibly happen.
Social factors.
See, let me
The only way that that would be
feminine
possibly the only way that would be
let me paint you a picture. You have a very feminine man who it displays, not a very masculine fucking body type or whatever. He finds himself having low testosterone, not a very strong sex drive, and struggles with girls. And then he's met with this idea that, well, maybe he could be gay. Maybe he could find love with another man. And then you find this other awkward incel type kid who, is struggling through the same thing. And they find it so much easier to just essentially be gay with each other than to man up and do the right thing. Like you don't see how that's possible. You don't think
but
any
you also just gave examples of effeminate men being as straight as can be. So how come they weren't influenced into becoming homosexuals? If you think
They
that you can
are.
be
That's
influenced,
my whole point is over time they are, and that's why the homosexual community is growing in their numbers because they're basically taking advantage of all these men that have psychological problems, and they're convincing them or influencing them that, hey, be gay, instead of having to worry about taking a woman out to show her a good time and be romantic. You can just hook up with a dude who's willing to get his dick sucked at any time. Like men are really easy. I could totally picture myself like if I were to be like 13 years old and weighing out like the pros and cons of being gay in today's society, it's almost like there's more pros. It's like now, okay, two men, they can make more money or whatever. You can have sex whenever you want. You're into polygamy. You don't have to be forced down. You don't have to worry about having kids. Like it's very much similar to just like other forms of hedonism where you're just free from responsibility and you get to indulge yourself in all of these types of pleasures. So yeah, I absolutely do think there are a lot of insecure, low testosterone kids out there who turn gay and otherwise wouldn't be gay if there wasn't the societal influences and pressures.
well, everything that you just said pretty much seemed to more vindicate my concept of
If people can't be
humans being humans being
influenced to be
more
gay, why
humans. Let me finish. Let me finish.
no, it just hit me right there. Why even be against global homo if you don't think people can be influenced to be gay? You have no leg to stand on then.
How do I have no leg to stand on?
Why be against something that can't possibly have an effect? If you're
That makes
saying it's
no
impossible
sense.
to influence
I just said the only
gender,
thing that the only
why
so
be against
let
this
me
society?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So, do you think that the allowing homosexuality is going to turn everybody gay? Is that
No,
something that you think? Okay.
but you're
So
making
then
it.
I can't have a concern that there are um people that have bad intentions or are outright malicious in trying to use the 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 queer community and trying to push their agenda onto people to deliberately confuse. The problem is not turning people homosexuality is to deliberately confuse people.
What do you
That's
mean
the
by
problem.
confuse who?
They're trying to turn so basically what I said, the whole the whole critical race theory and critical gender theory, this is the whole quote unquote global homo.
No, no, no.
Is saying that everything is a social construct. So that there's no such thing as men and women. It's a social construct. There's no such thing as black or white. It's a social construct. There's no such thing as gay, bisexual, or straight. It's a social construct. That's what I take issue with. I don't have an issue with homosexuality, and I don't think homosexuality is immoral. But I take issue with people that are trying to deconstruct everything to the point where nothing makes sense, and try to deliberately confuse people and try to force them to live a life that they would not have ultimately choose naturally.
People aren't upset about the fact that there's confusion regarding gender or labels and how we should identify. People are literally upset that men are becoming women, that gays now 40% of students are identifying as some sort of form of queer. That's what people are upset about. The global homo agenda, if you're opposed to that, you're opposed to the propagation and spreading of homosexuality, transgenderism, the attack on the family. And you've said within this conversation you're against monogamy or you think it's less than
I
ideal.
never said I was against monogamy. I said that people should be able to.
You don't have you don't think people can
Excuse
be
me.
influenced to be gay. And I
Excuse me.
extremely disagree with all of that. Like harshly, like you're just wrong.
I just go. I'm going to have to mute you for now because this is you are not letting me speak, and you are putting words in my mouth. I'm going to end this stream, and this is going was going to continue. I had told you, and I keep telling you again and again what my views are, and why I believe that there are certain things that are problematic within what the elites and what the left are doing. You keep going back to the same arguments over and over and over again to try to justify your moral stance against homosexuality, and I pointed out that you do not have a leg to stand on. And then you keep putting words in my mouth and telling me that I support global homo and that I support this and that I'm against monogamy simply because I stated that I think people should be allowed to choose a society that they want to live in, that they want to live in a more polyamorous society or a monogamous society. Because I understand that humans are a complex and diverse species. And specialization is happening, and people should be able to live in a society that is more comfortable towards their philosophical and biological needs. You just keep going back to the same argument over and over and over again. You're beating a dead horse, and to the point, I just want to end this conversation on that subject. And if you're going to continue to put words in my mouth and accuse me of supporting global homo, I will end this stream entirely. Okay?
Yeah, if you want to end the stream, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like the way you just, I mean, there's back and forth with cutoffs. We don't have a moderator, and I haven't just been repeating the same arguments. We've delved down different avenues, and you did say that polygamy is more ideal than monogamy. You even gave examples of that. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. You've also said that you don't think people are capable of being influenced to be gay. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I said, if that's the case, then you're not really opposed to global homo. Then you said, well, yeah, I am opposed to global homo in these ways. Just I don't think they're actually spreading gayness or homosexuality. And so then I said to you, well, to me, that's not really being opposed to the global homo agenda because they are trying to make the children gay. They are trying to make them transgender. They are trying to make people feminine. They're not just trying to confuse people on the labels and make it so that gender and race doesn't exist. Like your whole thing against critical race theory and genderism, like that's like a 2018 issue. The dissident right is way far beyond that. Like, yeah, of course, critical race theory is bullshit. And the fact that the left tries to say everything is just a social construct is bullshit. We all know that. That's not like nobody's going to argue with that. But you being a homosexual in a pro-white movement, if you're sitting there saying polygamy is better than monogamy, people can't be influenced to be gay, and homosexuality is just as healthy as heterosexuality, you shouldn't be confused as to why you're being met with such hostility.
I'm not confused about being met with hostility. I understand that people have their preconceived notions.
Okay.
So I think that we should move on from this topic because I think we discussed the death to death out of it. And I think maybe next time if we do discuss this topic again, we probably should get a moderator.
Yeah, I think so. It's a touchy subject, and it's
It is
obvious.
a touchy subject. And Ron, I consider you a friend, but I would say that I right now I'm a little upset with you at the moment, and I really do feel that you have put words in my mouth. But I think we should move on from this
So
subject.
what words did I put in your mouth?
I've already stated, and I don't want to repeat myself. Okay.
I just
So
I just adjust everything that you said in terms of the words in your mouth. You said polygamy is ideal to monogamy. Do you
Ronnie,
disagree with that, or I
Ronnie,
don't want to like is that what you said or not?
Ronnie, do you want to move on to the next subject, or do you want to end
No,
this
it's
stream?
11:37. I don't really think there is another
All
topic.
right, and then let's end this stream. Okay, let's
Yeah,
agree
but
to
you're doing it.
let's agree to disagree, and let's end this stream, and then maybe next time when we do a live stream, we should get a moderator.
I just really don't like that at the end you say I put words in your mouth and that I'm just going over the same things when I addressed everything that you said, and you didn't seem to disagree with my summary of what you said. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you think polygamy is more ideal than monogamy for raising a healthy society?
You gave an example yourself that you thought that that was the case. So yeah, I guess it would be.
Okay, and so do you also say that people are incapable of being influenced to be gay by society?
I
Or
don't think, yeah, I don't think people can be influenced to be gay. I think they can be influenced to be confused because I do think people tend to fall somewhere on the bisexual spectrum. But no, I don't think you can be influenced to be gay.
and do you think that oral sex is a satisfactory supplement for traditional vaginal sex or traditional intercourse?
I rather not get into my sexual proclivities in
No,
that
no.
sense.
You said earlier that like gay men can have oral sex.
Well,
Basically, what I'm
let me say this because I
trying to
really
just
don't want I don't want to get too personal.
I'm
I don't
just
want
trying to show you that I put no words in your mouth, White Line. I really
Ronnie. I don't.
like. I want
The whole
to
thing
end
is
on a
I
positive
don't want to
note.
get
We've
too.
had
I
a
don't.
good stream, and when
Mhm.
you accuse me of doing things that I really haven't
All
done,
right. Okay. All right. Let's just. I will apologize on that for because I don't want to like let's not have any accusations. Okay. Now, the reason why I don't want to get into it, and there is a personal reason for that, and I will discuss this with you when we end the stream. Okay.
well, my whole point here is that we've already gotten into it. Like we've discussed a
Okay.
lot,
All right.
right? You
If
said,
you,
okay, I
I
go to you're cutting me off every time, White Lion. Like every time, man.
okay.
Okay, so my goal here right now is to end it on a positive note, and we obviously disagree on the whole homosexuality thing, and uh, maybe there's no changing your mind or changing my mind. But I do agree, and I've made it quite clear. I think homosexuals should or trans anybody who fits into that whole LGBT thing, they should still be welcomed into the movement, as long as they're not preaching and promoting homosexuality and making that the focal point. I know you agree with that. Uh, seem to be on board with that. So that's, I guess, the positive that I could add to this right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and yes, I do think overall this has been a very positive and good talk, and I think regardless if you think that homosexuality is moral or immoral, that is beside the fact because that's we have a bigger fight to fight.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, I completely agree with you.
All right, well that sounds good. I think maybe we should end the stream here because it's almost midnight.
Sounds good, buddy.
All right, do you want to want to end the stream to continue talking for a little bit?
Uh, like just me myself,
No,
or like
just you and me. I don't want it to like have like a little discussion for a little bit.
yeah, anything in particular, or just
Yeah, just a little personal matter. If that's okay. Is that
yeah,
okay?
sure, yeah,
All
no
right.
problem.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Then this will be up live for you to view on YouTube. I'm going to try and see if I can get this published on my Odyssey and BitChute channels once I get those up and running. Thank you, Ronnie, for appearing on my channel for a live stream. I think we had a very successful discussion, even though it got a little heated at the end. We talked for, geez, I think almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
Mhm.
And
All
it's
right.
been fun, and thank you very much for having me on. And yeah, I agree. It's been productive for the most part, regardless of the little bit of heat or spice at the end.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night, everyone. All right. You still there, Ronnie?
Still here.
All right. All right. I think